it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Today's Thursday. I'm like, crap. Whenever I miss days, I can never remember what day it is. So happy Thursday and welcome to Criminality, or welcome back to Criminality. I missed you guys. So I've had a couple busy days. I have a brand new nephew that was born last night. So that's exciting news. So I've missed you guys and haven't been able to come live, which kind of sucks when it comes to this darn Karen Reed case, because I wanted to do Bukkake's all by itself. I didn't want to have to do it with the other ones, but I think we can kind of skim through the other ones. There's a couple points that I want to talk about on there, and then we can get right to Buchanan. I always like to call him Buchanan, and I know that that's not right. It's Buchanan, like a mechanic, apparently. So let me say hi to you guys in chat. I have a few video clips I want to show you guys first, so we'll start with that after I say hi to you guys, and then I have sent the link to Sleuthy, so whenever she's done with work, she's welcome to come up too. So, hi, malicious intent. I don't know if you saw my message in the list chat, but I was wondering if you're busy tomorrow, if you wanted to come and hang out with us. So tomorrow, I think my lovely friend Sleuth Investigates, and I was asking Mal, but I don't know if she actually saw the message, if they wanted to come up and do the read through and talk about LISC and Kelt, I don't know. I don't even want to know, and I'm not looking it up. That's not coming up in my Google searches. It ain't gonna happen, Kelt. Ain't gonna happen. So to hopefully do a so LISC is something I am familiar with, but I am not. I'm not like deep in it. I don't know all the details, and those are my two go-tos: is malicious intent in chat, and oh, it's tomorrow, but that could give me a distraction depending on the time. Okay, well, we'll talk offline then. But those are like my two go-to, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, who's this one, and where did this one come from, and this name doesn't sound familiar. So like they're like my encyclopedias of the Long Island serial killer case. So I was hoping they would come up and we could, because I was taking a peek at the document that dropped today, and it's just like I'm gonna need some support with that one. So maybe they will be able to do that tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I mean, it's obviously not, that case isn't going away. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But maybe we'll have that tomorrow. So hi, malicious intent. What's up, Travis? Hi, Kathy. Kelt trying to get me to Google Bukkake stuff. Hi, Ramblin'. Hi, Snappy Dragon. Yes. Oh my goodness, LISC. So if you guys are in the Facebook group, we just created the Criminality LISC chat. I should probably stay on topic. Let me say hi to you guys first. So hi, Tony. Hi, Patty. What's up, BGOG? Hi, the Royal We. New baby in the family is the best. I know we haven't had a new baby in the family for, let me think, my niece is 5.5. So it's been 5.5 years since we've had a new baby. But my daughter is sick. So I'm trying to, I don't know if I'm a carrier, so I'm not going to put the babes in that situation right now. So they send thousands of pictures already, and he's very, very cute. But, so just call him Proctor, and he'll tell you how to say it correctly. That's true. Hi, Salty C. This intro will always be kick-ass. I know, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, should I do a new intro? And I was like, people would be so mad if I did. one of 5 places you still can get in. Travis, you can always get in over here. You get in where you fit in. What's up, Phoenix? Just finished today's testimony. I'm relieved to have a place to chat. Yes. I am not sunburned. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just red. It is hot here, and like I'm like red. I think it's like it's just my skin tone. The kids will make fun of me because I'm hypercolor. Hold on, let me see if oh, you can see it. So like my kids will come up and like poke me, and then they'll try to make designs on my skin. And I'm like, remember back in the day when we had those hypercolor shirts that would like change colors, and like people who were like hot, like their armpits and their back was like a different color than the rest of the shirt? Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hello, spring. Hello. Today's cross was fantastic. Yeah, and I don't even think he's even hardly started. What's up, Shaz? Hey, Susan. You think we can skip today? It'll give us plenty, but yeah, I think so too. Hey, Chelsea, I'm very upset that basically left this trial on a cliffhanger for the weekend. It was a good cliffhanger, though. There's Sleuthy. If you have a P.O. box, I knit and will send the baby something. Oh, that's so cute. He's a big boy. He was 8 pounds, 14 ounces. My brother is fine. He had foot surgery, so he couldn't drive. But it was outpatient. So I dropped him off at the butt crack of dawn, and then I had to go back and pick him up. But he is home and resting. Yes. Catch Lisk. So, okay, so we're talking about this. So there's a Facebook group for criminality, and of course I didn't put the link tree on here, so you guys can't access it. Hi, Kaleido. And but it has different chats for like different cases. It's called a community chat. So like we have one for Delphi, we have one for the Idaho case, we have one for we had one for Daybell that's still pretty active right now. We have one for Karen Reed, and so I created one today for Lisk, knowing that Sleuth Investigate's going to have to pretty much handle that as the moderator. Malicious intent's in there, so I think we're good. They'll get it. They'll have it covered. So they, so if you guys want, if you're in the Facebook group or you want to be in the Facebook group, let me grab my link tree real quick. I don't know. I normally am good at pinning it, but I've been kind of running around like a crazy person. Let me find it, because it does have that in the link tree. It has all the links to anything that you could need having to do with criminality. Also has a Facebook page. I'm not very good with the Facebook page. I'm just like really trying to I've been trying to be like sleuthy and hang out on Twitter more. Sleuth Investigates always tells me like, you need to be on Twitter. So I've been trying to do that. Let me mute this real quick, because otherwise I'm gonna have feedback. Hold on. Sleuthy, you've been seeing me on Twitter. See, I'm like making the rounds. Posted 2 videos on it. Watch the second one. Has the file. It's insane. Just FYI. That's the one that we're going to read tomorrow. So we have that. So we'll read that one tomorrow on here with the girls, hopefully. You've been doing a killer job on Twitter, T. Thanks, Catastrophe. I'm not. Those are technology stuff is not my forte. But everybody's like, you got to get off of Facebook. So this is what I was going to ask you guys, because really it's going to be up to you guys anyway. I have a Discord. I've had a Discord for a long time. It is set up with a bunch of different cases and so on and so forth. I was using it to store like documents and whatnot. I keep saying whatnot, so whatnot. I'm like a what if any right now. Like I might as well make a fucking meme of that. But I don't know how many people prefer Discord over Facebook, especially now that we're adding so many other chats to the Facebook. But there is a Discord. I'm just not the greatest at it. So I hate to like invite people to something that I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, you're lucky I can work StreamYard and be on YouTube at the same time. Yeah, some what if any's. Hey, Lisa. Can't remember the name of the channel. Aussie something. She had the Sallyport video the right way, if that helps. I have that in my editor right now, actually. It doesn't. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't. You like Discord more. I can help you, T. Okay. yeah, like I said, I'm just not good at it. I don't know how to set up all the things and to make, I don't know, you gotta like have power boosts or something. I don't know like what kind of video game this shit is, but I know it was for gaming. Like that's what most people use it for. I'm not good with it. So yeah, if I have some volunteers that would like to actually help me with it, I'd be more inclined to do it. So, I mean, it's been set up for a long time, like I said. I also want to keep the Facebook chats for some of the people who prefer Facebook. I only rejoined Twitter so I could talk about Delphi. I could talk shit about Delphi. You can make phone calls with it. Yeah, I don't know. Discord not really my thing. Bug greatly prefer over Discord because of documents, etc. Definitely Discord. Let me in. Okay, I'll let you in. I'll take care of that. So if we can get it completely set up, then I'll probably open it. And then one of the reasons I wanted to open it too was because I'm terribly busy with all the cases, like with Delphi and then covering Karen Reed. And then obviously you guys all know my number one priority is I have 3 kids and now we're on summer vacation. So I want to go back to doing members only lives, but I thought it would be good to give the members like an area in there that they have access to, like as a perk, because I'm not really able to give the perks that are member qualified right now. I thought you were already in there too. So anyway, we'll work that out. So like I said, I'm just not, I hate to do it because I hate to do things that I'm not good at. I'm one of those people. All right, so let me see. Okay, so that's all set up. Let me get rid of the Facebook so it doesn't sit here and ding at us. I found here because of Delphi. Now I'm here for all cases. Hey, that's what we're here for too. All the cases, all the things. Okay, so I have a couple videos that I want to show you that I find extremely intriguing. So let me share my screen. And then we're going to touch on the testimony from the forensic people. It kind of bored a lot of people, but there's a couple interesting things that need to be talked about. And I am working on a video to try to put some clarity to what they were saying and put their testimonies together to hopefully make it easier to understand. So I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I'm hoping that I can have the video done maybe tomorrow, if not this weekend. So it'll kind of help with just the pieces of evidence. Okay. Let me see where the right one is. Shmita! It's so crazy that it's been that long. Have you guys heard of, and I became familiar with her with the Idaho case. Her channel name is Asget. She goes by Asget Industries. She was on TikTok. Hey, Princess Buttercup. I need Sleuthy to make a 4-column sheet. Right? That's a great idea, Patty. We should ask Sleuthy to do that. But Sleuthy's gonna be like, "Oh, I did that like a year ago. Like it's totally done. Like I don't even need to do it. It's done. It's spreadsheet like. I got you." She does not sound like that at all. I have no idea why I made her sound like that. That's not what she sounds like. Anyway, okay, so her channel name is Asget. I'm gonna give you guys the link to this video. You guys can go over there. I think she does absolutely amazing. So that's the link to this video. But I'm gonna go back to her other one first before we do this one. So what she does is essentially like reconstruction work via her computer software. Hey, Princess Megan Elsa, I go TikTok sometime. Oh, too lazy to check it. Yeah, I was putting some videos up there too, and I didn't do it. The graphic designer girl that does the computer-generated reenactments, that's Asget. Yeah, Sniper, yes. She is absolutely amazeballs. But I wanted to show you guys. So she has taken the time to do some stuff for the Karen Reed case. And it's absolutely worth it. She obviously deserves a sub. So if you guys go over there, make sure you guys like her videos. Make sure you sub to her channel. She's no joke. You guys are gonna see. If you don't know who she is, no, definitely not KO. She's a sweetheart. I'm on one today. Sleuthy said, "Do what?" The sheet that Jackson gave to the witness that had, okay, like here's all the pieces of evidence, and then color coded like which ones matched with which things, and like how they all matched together. It was like a color coded sheet, and she's like, I don't know, I've never really used this. I've never seen this paper, so I'd have to like verify it against my paper. You know which one I'm talking about? We want his paper. That's why I said you can see where my mind is. Okay, so I'm gonna hopefully I'm gonna just play a second of it. You guys, somebody tell me that you can hear it because I don't remember if I shared the audio.
This is a 3D illustration of the.
Yeah, definitely sub to her channel. And it's not like she puts out content all the time, but what she does put out is so worth it to get the notification on because it's amazingly done. I don't even know how she does it, to be honest with you. It's just beautiful work. So it's not like she's not gonna go live and like ding you all the time like, you know, some of us do. You guys can hear it. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna play this. This is part 1. She just put out part 2, so you guys got to see part 1 first.
The Karen Read murder scene. A special thanks to Emily at True Crime for bringing this case to my attention. If you like my work, please follow. The time is around 12:30 a.m., and Karen Read sits in her car approximately 60 feet past the home where John O'Keefe's body was found. This is based on the prosecutor's opening statements that Karen Read's vehicle traveled 60 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour when hitting John O'Keefe. Karen leaves and drives back to O'Keefe's house, where she goes to bed for the night. Supporters of Karen Read question these events. One thing is, it's reported his cell phone was found under his body instead of being thrown in a different direction. Other things that don't make sense is how someone being so far down the road would stop, back up quickly with the intent of hitting someone, and then that person would just stand there and not get out of the way. For me, one of the biggest questions is how it is possible that no one witnessed this. This wasn't some quiet night and everybody was in bed. There was nearly a dozen people in the home having a party. That's why Karen and John were there in the first place. Jennifer McCabe testified that she could see Karen Read's car out front the door and that she was texting O'Keefe to park behind her car. Viewing this from another direction, you can see how Brian Higgins' Jeep is parked right in front of the mailbox. And as we move in and view this from the driveway, it seems unlikely that 12 people would leave the house and not have been able to see a body in the front yard. Also, this was a night that it was snowing, and I wonder how Karen was able to accelerate so quickly without just spinning tires and warning O'Keefe of the impending danger. Thank you for watching. You can support my...
Okay, so you can just get like a little taste of like what she can do. Patty says, but Lolly keeps saying she did a 3-point turn more difficult. So originally, the theory was that she did a 3-point turn, and you guys now see why, because supposedly, according to Buchanan, she says that, you know, when he's interviewing her, she says that she did a 3-point turn and left. Now, then you have 2 witnesses, ironically, husband and wife, Jen and Matt, who testify to these weird wavy lines. Remember, like the weird wavy lines that they could see in the snow that was barely not sticking to the ground. So later it comes out that she didn't even do a 3-point turn. So they changed the theory into that she has gone up in front of the other people's house and then reverses straight back. Obviously, this is stuff that has come out through different documents and pretrial hearings and can change. They don't have to stick with any of that. So I'm curious, and one of the reasons I tell you guys, like, I'm completely undecided still, except for the law enforcement. Law enforcement has done some shady shit. But I'm not sure if they did it to try to guarantee a conviction or if they did it as a setup. So I'm still waiting. I got a couple people that I really want to see on the stand first. But we're gonna go over Buchanan today, and it's just a fucking, yeah, I got a lot to say on that. But so it changed. So now they have this the testimonies of these 2 people They also have the same two people who are now saying that they saw her move the car. Well, they didn't see her actually move it. They saw her car in 3 different locations. So they saw the car once it was moved, and one of those being kind of in front of the neighbor's house. So let's say that she does actually go up to the neighbor's house, and that's where she does the 3-point turn, right? Otherwise, why would she go up that far? So the other theory would be that she drives all the way up there, drives 60 feet backwards, going 24 miles an hour, hits John, and then makes a 3-point turn going 24 miles an hour. I cannot figure out how these reconstruction people are going to make that make sense, and you can't explain these injuries, which we'll talk about when we talk about the forensic people who were there. Okay, let me see what Travis said. My video expert is in Pacific Palisades. Hey, I'm sure I can get him to join you on a live to explain how they take botched black box data and convert to animation. Travis, that would be badass. I would love that. Sniper says, but I'm sorry, but I still do not believe that an injected molded polycarbonate taillight completely shatters, hitting a non-fixed soft surface, hit the victim. The 0508 video shows the housing intact when KR leaves John O'Keefe's. So I grabbed a couple stills from that video too, and it's a curious thing to me. Snappy Dragon, Hubs, psh, put them on hold. I was so curious, and I went to a pro-Commonwealth chat last night. It was weird. Is there actually pro-Commonwealth chats? Like besides Coffin Daffer? Oh, I guess Yellow would be. Clevin. Hi, Veronica. Hey, Observer, I just watched a video that showed a woman in the Sallyport. Nobody ever mentioned a woman in the Sallyport when Karen's car was in there. Who was that woman? Where did you watch the video, Observer? Okay, let me show you the next one that she just did.
And I'll 3D illustration of the...
I'll drop the link again. Just like I said, I mean, I can show you, like, her channel isn't, like, she puts out really solid info. Does she not have, I wonder what she did with the Idaho one. Her Idaho one is amazeballs. Maybe it's on her TikTok. I wonder what she did with that one. She has one for Idaho that is just like perfection. Okay, let's watch this.
Of the Karen. This is a 3D illustration.
I haven't watched this one yet, so I saw it and I was like, ooh, show these guys.
This is a 3D illustration of the Karen Reed murder trial. Please follow if you like my work. This is the home where the Karen Reed incident took place. Karen stated in her interviews that after arriving at 12:24 a.m., John got out of her vehicle and was going into the home to check things out. Walking up the driveway, he approached the door nearest to the garage. After entering the home, you realize it would be impossible to walk through to the basement and not be seen. Jennifer McCabe testified that she and others were sitting at the kitchen table, and that periodically was getting up and going to the front door. Here's an illustration of what you might see from the front door if John's body was there at this time. Continuing, we approach the stairs leading to the basement. This leads to the weight room where the defense believes John O'Keefe was attacked. It's assumed that they used this door, which leads to the backyard, to remove John's body from the basement to outside, where no one upstairs would be able to see. They then would continue to the side of the house, through the gate, which leads to the side of the house with the flagpole.
All right. What do you guys think of those? So she kind of does the first one starting off with like the states or Commonwealth's theory, and then she heads into the second one with more of the defense theory. Oh, yeah, I do remember that, Jen. I do. So I'm wondering if that's why she did something with the Idaho one. And the other reason I absolutely think that you should support her is because one of the things is, well, she's just amazing. But She did. She had somebody on YouTube who was legit trying to take her work and claim it as their own. And then tried to, when she was called out on it, tried to tell the world, oh no, we're like working together. And Asget's like, no, we're not. Like, I'm not working with this person. It was a huge thing. And she was like, essentially the girl was like stealing all of her work and then trying to get, like on, it wasn't court TV, but like on stations like that based on work that wasn't even hers. I don't even know what happened to that lady. Okay, so let me get rid of this one. And then I'm thinking that you guys probably have already seen this, but you know what, I'll play it. I'm gonna play the long one I made. Give me a second. Let me pull it. It's not on YouTube, so I gotta pull it up from files. That video is freaking dope, right? I know. Like, I want just a really long one where she's just doing all kinds of like walking around and whatnot. I don't know why I can't fucking stop saying whatnot. Gosh, I need like a smack. Stop it. Stop it. All right, let me see. It is time to skip the longer version. Is there any credence to that, Kelt? So Kelt asks, is there any credence to the group not liking J.O. because he found out about prescription drug selling? I can't give an honest answer of that. I've heard that. I have no source for that info though, so it's really hard to say. I mean, I've heard it from multiple people. So this is I put a short out with just the two main ones because there's a whole bunch that are smaller, but this is the entire video as it's played in the courtroom. So you guys can see all the time jumps from just what's in the courtroom. Now, my understanding is, if you guys are familiar with Microdots has a channel, but they are more onto the Twitterverse, the Xverse, and they have stated that they did, like, there's like 9 minutes missing of this longer version of this video. I don't have that video, so I can't. I believe they're probably telling the truth because they seem to be pretty on point. But this is all that was actually played in the courtroom. So this is just straight from the live feed of one of the channels that was streaming the hearing. So, and it'll tell you, I have it all the times on the screen that'll come up, so you can pay attention for the time jump, and it'll tell you what the time jump is. So let me see. Big question. Defense's opening said KR was framed. Didn't say attacked in opening from what I saw in transcript. Has defense from questions on cross made it clear that he was attacked? I don't think so. I think they have insinuated the possibility, but I think that more so they have really focused on the setup and the connections of all the people, and whether he was attacked or not, nobody will know because law enforcement didn't do anything to investigate them. So I think they've kind of put that's more like the possibility behind the fact that they didn't do any type of investigation into these people because of their connections. That's how I interpret it. I'm curious if people in chat, if you guys feel different. There's a lot of speculation that J.O. found out something, but not really clear on exactly what the something is. But with as high as this obvious corruption goes, I wouldn't be surprised. Criminality, is this the CERT guy? What I found weird is he wasn't crime scene investigators, more searching for people lost. Never has CSI team out to 34F ever. It's so weird. Yeah, yeah, he's on my screen. I showed him, but we haven't got there yet. I haven't started going through any of the testimony. How long before his death did J.O. notify police about Colin? Opinionated? That's a great question, and I love the capital N in your name, FYI. You know, I got a thing for that. I don't even know if it's true. And if it is true, we haven't heard anything about that yet. And when Colin was on the stand, the defense wasn't talking to him about massive drug use or pissing John off due to drugs. And People in Bob's Karen Reed Facebook chat were going on and on about how the video was a nothing burger and who cares if it was mirrored. LOL. I set them straight and they got it. Well, those people obviously are not attorneys because that's ridiculous. You can't. Travis will back me up here. You have to give evidence and let the jury know if it's an accurate representation. This is, you hear them question witnesses. Is that an accurate representation of the scene at the time that you were there? And some of them are like, yes, minus the amount of snow. You know, that's part of you have to, it has to be accurate. So Lolly doing this is a ginormous deal. Lolly, not even Lolly doing this, but Lolly putting this piece in evidence and not telling the jury that it was inverted or mirrored is the most problematic, because what it leads is that he was purposely giving or allowing the jury the perception that this is the passenger side of the vehicle. And look, you can see that these people are standing around that passenger tail light for a long time and nobody's touching it. Look, they've got it taped off. It's like, you know, it would be on camera if somebody messed with it. Well, come to find out, no, it's not. It's over here in this corner where there is no video camera showing anything. So why allow the jury to have the perception that this is accurate, knowing it's not? And I believe that will be a huge hit. If I was on the jury, it would be for me. If I was like, you know, are they really questioning this or are they not? Or is this even a big deal? I would have a problem with it. And here's, so it's ironic that you actually bring that up, because the next clip I wanted to play is Vinnie Politan. You guys know I love Vinnie. I think he's fucking hilarious. And his facial, his reactions on his face when he hears different things or sees different things, or when he finally actually realizes, like, holy shit, this is what it is. I love it. So he's actually talking about the inverted video. Yeah, let me see. Jo walked into some grab ass. Dog attacks. Jo falls back, splits head, blood, knocked out, bruising. They freak, leave him in the snow. How's that? Yeah, I don't know if there's an actual beating that takes place. I'm not quite there. Is there some type of crazy accident, like to the side door? I don't know. I'm really interested now after Higgins' testimony about the Jeep and what time did he actually leave. If he's saying, like, I wasn't going to stay very long because they didn't have any of my kind of alcohol. Like, I want to know what time did he actually leave. Because, okay, so there's kind of just my thought process on that. Is if he's actually leaving when John's getting out of the car and he's taking off, or if John's coming back outside, like let's say John comes back outside to tell Karen, yeah, I'm staying or whatever, and then he leaves and he hits him with the plow, then you have this story that was created to say that Karen called Carrie and said, oh, he was hit with a plow. And then if they leave him or put him there, they know that there's going to be a plow coming. So maybe the whole thing was to set up, like, Lucky, the plow driver, because he was hit with a plow. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. This is kind of what I'm speculating, because it's weird that they said he left at 1:30 and now he testified and said, nope, I left at like 12:30. Like, what? Okay, so let's see. Travis says, I have your 6. Yes, have to lay foundation that it is fair, accurate representation. If defense didn't object or ask voir dire questions of witnesses, it comes in. However, defense witnesses, I need part 2. Come on, part 2. I hate that StreamYard's so delayed. You guys are like, we're reading part 2 right now, and you don't have a clue. Let me see if I have it on here. Can come in and point out it's a reversed image and not fair and accurate. Defense could call witness who said fair and accurate. Ah, there you go. Sniper says, Travis, sir, couldn't the showing of the inverted video, hold on, I'm actually on YouTube, of the inward be considered a fraud on the court? Lolly asked the trooper if it was a fair and accurate representation of what occurred that day, and he said yes. I'm sorry, the holes on the sweater are tooth nail marks. Yeah. Well, it's a 4-minute drive. Yeah, is he? Well, if there's anything that's on the plow, he needs to clean that off. He can't leave that on the plow. I don't know. I have no idea. Like I said, this is just things that I'm like speculating as time goes along. I don't know. My reasoning is telling me one thing, but my American heart is telling me to make the state work harder for that taxpayer money. I'm undecided, but not paying as much attention as I do with Delphi. That's fair. I actually think this case is more quote unquote of a framing than Delphi is. And by that I mean I think that with Delphi, I don't think they necessarily planted evidence back in 2017. I think they tried to switch, if that's what happened, they tried to switch it up in 2022. I don't think there was any type of, we're going to go into Richard Allen's house back in 2017 and take one of his unspent rounds and then wait 5 years to find it. This one, on the other hand, I think it's a very big possibility that they thought she did this and they were going to guarantee that she was going to be convicted. That's kind of where I'm at here. And so whether she actually did it or not was not important to them. And that's where these other pieces of stuff come into play. Chloe was a good dog, but she was an even better driver. If they could teach the dog to drive, I don't know why they'd give her away to somebody in Vermont. I have a feeling the CW will BS and say that it was an oversight, that they just happened to show the inverted video, but jury has lost all confidence in the CW, or at least they should have. So just to touch on this part too, while the video went up, the defense realized there was an issue with this video right away. And they go up to a sidebar because they're like, objection, we need to approach. Karen turns around to her dad and she's telling her dad, like, this is like, she says, we don't have that. And then she turns around and she says, what does she say? It's from the left, not the right, where it's the opposite. It's the right, not the left. I don't remember which one she said, but you can tell what she's saying because she's so enunciated with her mouth, like to mouth to them so that they could understand it. We could also read it. Now, to me, like, there's the issue with that they didn't have. Okay, that's twofold. Let me stay with the one I'm on, and then I'll go back to that one. Strike that. So they go up and they approach, and she's saying this. This makes me think that immediately they knew that there was an issue with this video, and I would love to know what they said in the sidebar of that, because they came back and Lolly still doesn't correct it. Now, the second problem with this is, I don't know if you guys were really watching like the pre-trial hearings and stuff, but I think they've actually mentioned it in trial too. I'd have to go back and think, but that they don't actually have when the SUV arrived in the Sallyport. If you remember, I think it was Yannetti, and he just says, like, it's like, poof, poof, it just appears there. Like, we know it gets there, and then all of a sudden it's just like, poof, there it is. Well, that was the first time they had ever saw it. Right, because they were saying, like, they didn't have this. There was no video of when this car arrived. So that makes the time jumping, the disappearing people, it's spliced. I don't think there's any two ways about it. Like, whether they did something intentionally or they didn't, what it being inverted really makes me feel like it's an intentional thing. They've spliced this together somehow. The camera's not just skipping around. The time on there is not just skipping around. So there's like a whole, there's something wrong with this video. They're going to need a tech person to examine it and say like, hey, this is what's wrong. And these are the reasons that we could see the things that we see and why we see it. Yeah, and you got two people standing there. All of a sudden, you've got four. You've got one guy who's standing there and he disappears. Like he looks like he's going to go walk out the back door. You got another one where a guy walks out, and then all of a sudden it skips to another guy walking out from a different area. I don't know. It's problematic in my opinion. Two reasons. Those two reasons. Okay, I want to show you guys what Vinny has to say about it. This may take a minute, but
situation. You see what's in yellow? What's in yellow is the head of a person. Okay? That is someone's head. So there's someone near that side of the car. Now, if the evidence is received and understood this way, it's not a big deal because that side of the car has nothing to do with the case. Nothing. Zero, zippo, nada, niente. It's irrelevant. The only relevant part of the car is what we see from the way prosecutors put this in front of the jury. But that little head and that person, when you turn it around, all of a sudden is right next to the taillight in question. And if that is the lead trooper in question near the taillight in question, we've got a problem. And why is this a problem? Because the defense is alleging that that person there now has an opportunity to manipulate the evidence, the tail light in question. And if the jury thinks this is the video, it's no problem because no one goes near the other tail light. And if they did, we would see it, but they didn't. But people and this person who could be the trooper in question, could be the one near the tail light in question. That's why this is such an enormous problem. This by itself, there are other aspects of this that were not explained either during the direct examination, which become a problem. So the whole issue, when you're putting a photograph or a video into evidence, that makes it admissible is it has to accurately reflect. Now, here's the catch-22, right? So the defense wants this into evidence, but now not only do they have this in evidence, they have it in evidence after the prosecution tried to put it into evidence in a different way that would mislead the jury.
He's so like animated because he just can't believe that this is happening. I would have loved to have seen Sleuthy's face when that came out, right? Yeah, he just cracks me up because he's just like, wait, what? Like he so much gives the benefit of the doubt to law enforcement and the prosecution, and he did this. He did this with the Delphi stuff too. When things kind of start like actually happening, and then it's a possible like that there is some type of conspiracy or that there is something. He just is like no way is this actually happening. Hi Thistle, I'm watching this trial like a juror and I'm still as confused as I was day one. Yeah, well, I mean, we've only had like 3 days of actual testimony about evidence that they have. That's all we have so far. The rest of it was their defense of the McAlberts. Hey Pamela, according to Emily D. Baker, it is motion censored, hence the delays. I would agree, except did I take it down already? Let me just show. I'll show you one of the spots that I have a problem with that. Let me see. See if I can get it back up. So I want. Is it this one? No, I think it's the next one. And this is just one example of this. So hold on. So 546.52 skips ahead to 548.08. Okay, let me back up just a tiny bit. So pay attention to the guy back here. I'm almost positive it's this timestamp. That's one of them. Nope, it's not that one. It's the other one. Hold on. I lied. I've been looking at this damn footage too long. I should probably have it memorized. Maybe it's this one. There's one of them that the guy is in the back. My point is, there's one that the guy is standing in the back of the car. I don't know who it is. But when the time actually skips, he's still standing and doing exactly what he was doing. Which indicates that they may not just be manipulating the time, but they're pushing. It's hard to explain to you without kind of showing you like in an editor. Let me see if I can pull up the editor. Okay, so this time, no, it doesn't want me to do that. I wonder if I can even show you. So like if I go cut out a certain amount of time from this video, right? Like I cut out the time and I change the bottom part. Like I'm going to edit this and I'm going to make this frame right here in the middle. I'm going to move it over, right? Now, the people in the frame are still doing the exact same things because I didn't cut that. I just cut the bottom. And I hope this makes sense. So I just cut off this time. So the time is missing 2 minutes, but I got a cough. Sorry, hold on. So the time is missing 2 minutes, but I take the video and I push it over so it doesn't look like it's missing anything. Is there a, I'm trying to think of how I could cut this to show you that. It's like you move, I can splice. So like I can splice this and I can move this over here. Okay. So if I take just this chunk, right? And I put it over here, but my time, let's say the orange bar is my time. And I just move this. So now, oh, look at, I just took out here. I'll do this. Look, I'm going to take this. So I have this little piece right here, right? I'm going to take it and I'm getting rid of it. Getting rid of all of this. But wait. I can't have this big old missing spot here because people are going to know that something's missing. So remember, the orange is my timeline. So I'm going to just take this piece and I'm just going to move it there. And I'm going to, now all of a sudden, this time skips because remember, I cut the time out. But I didn't actually cut that piece of the actual footage. So there's time missing, but also the people are still doing the exact same thing. There's also the ones that we saw where there's like the disappearing act. So let's say I cut that and now this person disappears because when I push it here, at the end of this video, he was technically walking out the door. But when I put this piece right here, he's gone. He's not in that one because he already walked out the door. Because he's over here walking out the door in this little tiny piece I took out. I hope that helps. So when I say like it's not for me personally, it's not because of the motion sensor, because it would be triggered and then people would all be in different spots, right? Like, okay, everybody moves. But if the guy is back here doing the exact same thing he was doing, they just took out the time. I hope that helps. So that's what I mean by it's spliced together, because I can't leave huge missing chunks. But let's say I just want to cut the time here. So I'm just going to cut the time off of this one. So there it's missing the time. See, remember the orange bar is my time. So here, this would be like an example of that. Except for this is going slow because I'm using way too much info right now. So I spliced my time, right? And I try to put my times back together so nobody knows that there's missing time, but there's a cut here now. So the time is missing. So, oh, John, thank you. Welcome to the new criminality members. It's very nice of you. So that's the best way I can try to explain it. Okay, so you guys, okay, you're a visual learner. That helps. Sweet. Okay. Thank you. Hi, Punksy. Now, I don't know how somebody, they'd have to have somebody going in there to show them that. You know what I mean? And obviously in a way more technical, experty way than I just did. Mine is not 100% precise. It's just trying to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Two to 3 minutes, more than that actually. So there's almost a full 3 minutes from one spot that's removed, and then there's almost a full other minute that's removed, and then there's a whole bunch of seconds that are removed, like 40 seconds here, 30 seconds here, even down to 10 seconds, which made me question, okay, why would you cut it like that? Like, so for me, I'm thinking, let's say that back door that was there. Let me go back and I'll go back into it. Let's say this back door that's right here, right? Let's say Buchanan walks in and then walks back out, or Berkowitz, or like think of anybody that quote unquote isn't supposed to be there, Higgins, or somebody who's not supposed to be there at that time. If I only need to cut out 10 seconds, let's say he walks in, looks at something, and walks out, right? We all know what can happen in 10 seconds. I mean, look at these butt dials for 22. So you just go in and you just cut out him being there. Gone. 10 seconds. Easy. You just splice it out and then connect the other two things together. So you have these 10 seconds to the ones that are multiple minutes, which makes me go, okay, multiple minutes is I can take something, smash a tail light, grab the pieces, and bounce. That's what I'm thinking. That's kind of where I'm at with this, and why I think that this is all cut up and problematic. And I think they didn't want the jury to know that this was the driver's side, because they wanted to make the jury think that this was the passenger tail light. And if it's the passenger tail light, the camera would catch anybody messing with it. I mean, they just randomly got this video. They didn't have it before. It wasn't turned over. You remember they always said that the SUV magically appeared. And they could do that too, Remy. Yeah, just start cutting it to make sure, oh yeah, look, it's just so glitchy. It's just the camera system. And then they bring in the other camera that's over here. Or over here. Yeah, over here. It should be over here. And then they make it dark, so you can't actually see what's going on. Grid for me. No idea what we're talking about. Just joined, but I'm going to smile and nod along, just like your voice and the friendly sounds in the background. Hashtag feed Bob. Always feed Bob. So this is what I was saying earlier, Remy. I don't think you were here yet. Microdots on Twitter stated that he's been working with the defense. Like the images you see of the house and things like that are from Microdots. So he stated that he went through this entire video and all the times that were actually missing from it, and like how much was missing. And he said it's around 9 minutes from the entire video. I obviously don't have the entire video, so if I had to calculate, I'm going to go with it. It's about 5 minutes that's missing, but he has the whole video. I don't. So I absolutely think that he's not going to mess around with that info. If it's missing 9 minutes, it's missing 9 minutes. He's not the tech guy in court, at least not that I'm aware of. If he is, that would be a trip. I don't think so. You're never alone when T is streaming full volume in the house. I feel like I'm at full volume all the time. I don't even think you need to turn it up. I don't think so. What he is he's done some of the recreation stuff in the background. He also has a YouTube channel. I can grab that for you. I know that as he was doing a lot of the stuff for the defense, he wasn't posting on the YouTube channel a lot. But he did say that he's going to go back to doing it. Let me see if I can find one that he has, like kind of like the reenactment stuff he has done. First, let me get you his channel. So this is Microdot's channel. I know he spends more time on Twitter, but that's Microdot's channel for anybody who wants to go check out what he has done. And let me see if I can find one real quick. Is this? This might be one of them. You guys may have actually seen some of these photos kind of
on the front
around.
lawn of 34 Fair.
Hey, Miranda. So it's a super cool timeline. I'm like, I want to do this. I love this. I love timelines. As you guys know, it's one of my favorite things. And so like, his timeline is just beautifully done. But you know, that's neither here nor
After
there. It's
finding missing
reenactment
Boston
stuff.
police officer John O'Keefe's body laying nearly lifeless on the front
So he's created all of this based off of the house.
lawn of 34 Fairview Road, a 911 call was placed by Jennifer McCabe at 6:04 a.m. Moments later, Canton Police, fire and ambulance services arrived on scene to render aid to John O'Keefe. He was
Okay, I don't want to play this whole thing, but go over and check him out because it's. But he also, like I said, he has done that. The picture of the house that we see that the defense uses to show people, like, is this an accurate representation? Like, this is obviously not an actual picture of the house, but is this an accurate representation? That's what the picture the defense uses. Microdots created that. So, about to curl up and lay my head on a speaker of tea, slurping. Hold on, let me get my drink. Dr. Peps. Yeah, Microdots does amazing work too. I had to make a timeline recently. I used Word. Word up. Hey. So dumb. I crack myself up sometimes. How did they figure out that it was mirror? Because the wording on the car right here is backwards. And when the garage goes down, it's in bay number 4. And the 4 is backwards. Also, if you actually watch the video, they pull in and the person climbs out of this door. That was my weird thing. Like the very first thing I looked at was like, why did he climb over to the passenger side to get out? Like, that's weird. So, because it's coming in on the flatbed. So there's a few different things in there. This kind of thing makes me want to upgrade my time. Right, LFT? You love a good timeline too. I know, I'm like, oh man. I saw that video and I was like, ooh, I've got to figure that out. I need that in my life for my documentaries. Okay, let me go back to Vinny so we can finish this one, and then I have one other clip and then we'll start talking. What taillight did Jen and Matt, I'm assuming you mean, say was out in their testimonies? Everybody has said it is the right passenger. Problem is this is actually inverted and that's the driver's side. So it's technically the left, the driver's taillight. I know he was like, it's not backwards. It's like, he said it's like looking in the mirror. No, it's not like looking in the mirror. I mean, I get what he was trying to say, but we can't see the other side here. Like if I put my right side of my face, all you're going to see is the right side of my face. If I put the driver's side, if I invert it, then I'm going to make it look like I'm looking the other way, which is exactly what this is. So this is the right side of technically, I guess this is the left side of my face. And then it turns and makes me look like I'm looking right. Correct. Correct, grin for me. Correct. Matt, Mark, Kevin, all the same. That's funny. Perhaps, oh yeah, I think the earlier one was at Canton PD and the recent one was at St. Station Troopers Station. But how? Okay, hold on. What did Travis ask? Let me go see. The CW got the video in yesterday through Trooper Buchanan. There was a sidebar yesterday during this video presentation. Cross on it was at the end of today. Trial ended on a sidebar. Yeah. Okay.
Jury. So now the
anybody who doesn't know, Vinny was a
conspiracy has now entered the courtroom itself, and the prosecutor Lally is part of it. I didn't think that was going to happen. There's no way I thought this would happen in front of the jury, but it has. Understand the immense burden that is carried by the prosecution inside of a courtroom to prove a case beyond any and all reasonable doubt. So now, does the defense theory of planted, manipulated evidence become a little bit more reasonable? Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does, Vinny. I agree.
It becomes much more reasonable if you have the prosecutor in the courtroom putting this into evidence when this is the actual evidence. And in the actual evidence, there is a person and people seen close to the taillight, but obscured so we can't see what they're doing.
Yeah, Vinny.
But if this was the evidence, no one goes near the taillight in question because we can see it right there. How and why would you ever do that? Why would you think no one would notice?
Literally exploding in front of us.
How did you? Now, if Lally is making an innocent mistake here, which is possible, it doesn't matter if it's an innocent mistake at this point. It doesn't matter anymore. Once this witness was on cross-examination and you never spoke about this, how and why it happened is now irrelevant. You can try, you can huff and puff until the day's end to try to explain, I didn't realize it. This is the way it was given to me. I didn't know that their camera recorded it in mirror. And you could bring in 15 witnesses to testify to that. It doesn't matter anymore because you now did it in front of the 12 people who you're trying to convince that this whole conspiracy thing is ridiculous and made up and incredibly improbable and a conspiracy theory, not an actual conspiracy. But you attempted to put in front of the jury a piece of evidence that did not accurately reflect the scene in a way that actually matters. This is bad. This is real. Like the picture of the knuckles, that's nothing. That is nothing. Okay, that can be explained. There's another picture of the knuckles.
Right,
even the double butt dialing compared to this is nothing. This happened in real time in front of the jury. And it's a piece now that fits perfect. Like you can't put the pieces of the glass and the tailgate together perfectly, but this piece fits perfectly into the defense theory. What a mistake. Now, was it a mistake or was it done purposely? Either way, it's a mistake to do it. Like if you thought you could slip this by and into the jury, that was an incredibly bad mistake. And if you didn't realize that it was backwards, that's an incredibly bad mistake as well. And your witness didn't say anything because like your witness has been there and knows it's backwards. The bikes aren't on that. The bikes are on the other side. The driver didn't get out the passenger door. The driver got out the driver's side door. Why would you not just say that on direct? Wow.
I can't wait. So I don't know if you guys, so this is on Vinny's channel. So Vinny has his own YouTube channel, but then he obviously still does Court TV with closing arguments. And so he's been having Yellow Cottage Tales and, oh my gosh, what's that other guy's name? Nick. What channel's Nick? Why can't I think of his channel name? One's obviously pro-Commonwealth and one is pro-defense. And so every night he's been having them on to discuss that the testimony of the day. I cannot wait to see how this goes over. And Yellow Cottage Tales just he constantly makes excuses for all the mistakes that the Commonwealth. Yeah, but what's his handle? I can't remember his handle. No, we were all Vinnie Politan today. But yeah, he likes to make he doesn't he won't even accept that there's obvious mistakes. And you can say like, yeah, I still think that I think she's guilty, but they obviously made mistakes. Like, there's no reason that you can't just be like that. It becomes so much more problematic and argumentative when people won't just admit that there's a mistake. And I'll tell you guys, so I told you guys earlier, I've been trying to get more onto Twitter. So I take like these shorts and I just post them to Twitter too. Like, here you go, Twitter, here it is. Put it out into the Twitterverse. And so I put the clip out of the time jumps. And I had at least like 3-4 people comment something really fucking stupid. And so I'm like, what? Like, here's proof that these are spliced, that there's an issue with this video. Somebody comes in and says, Karen hit John with the car. I'm like, okay, great. This post is about the fact that that the Commonwealth did something to this video. Do you have any comment on that? No, they don't have any comment on that kind of stuff. Somebody else is just like, stop it. You stop pointing out that the Commonwealth did something wrong. Like, I'm undecided on whether Karen did it, but that I'm not an idiot either. I can recognize when there's shit that's not correct happening with an investigation. It does not change whether I think the person is innocent or guilty. And here's my prime example that I always love to give. Brian Koberger. There's many people who think he's not the guy. I am pretty sure they're prosecuting the right guy. And when I say pretty sure, I'm like 99.9%. I am solid on the fact that I think he's the guy. I think he did it, and I think that we're going down the right path. Now, does that mean that during the last 2 hearings, I don't see that law enforcement made a huge mistake by Mowry accidentally finding files, almost a year and a half later? He's like, oops, I had these files. I put them on my computer, and I just forgot that they were there until I had to come and testify in front of you. Okay, yeah, that's a real huge fuck up. Still, I still think he's the guy. So I think that they lose credibility with me anyway when they just argue blindly about guilt or about innocence without having the ability to look at things rationally and say, there's something wrong here on either side. They just drop the charges and be, oh, it's so bad. They can't, I mean, I don't know if they can at this moment. They would never be able to retry her Music City mom. So if they truly think she did it, this is their shot. If they tried to drop the charges right now, they would never be able to try her again. Let's pray that the commenter is also too lazy to respond to a jury summons. And they're just going to walk in the court and be like, they did it. That's it. See ya. And it's like, no. You still have to hear all this. Nope. I voted. She did it. The truly, truly sad thing is that they beyond botched and corrupted the investigation of a sworn Boston police officer that, unlike all these other shitbags, was a good, honorable man. Sniper, that is perfectly said. I think that most people know, like, if you hear a cop is down, the amount of cops that are going to come and make sure that there's justice for their, fallen comrade. I don't think you really hear too much of, this guy, that guy. Tell him that guy never came in. That guy's your friend, number one, and you don't even say his name. Number two, he was a Boston police officer. It's like there's zero care in the world. And even from Buchanan today on the stand, I was actually, I don't know if I dislike him more or Jen McCabe more at this point. Everybody else, no matter whether I feel like they were completely telling the truth or not, there was nobody that I was like, oh my gosh, this guy. Like Buchanan today and Jen McCabe are probably top of my list of the two that I'm like, you are two of the shadiest motherfuckers I've ever heard sit on a witness stand. And that includes Higgins and Brian Albert. I still thought these guys were shadier, and those guys are the ones who were throwing out their fucking cell phones. Hold on. Apparently I had an earthquake. Two of them, apparently. 452. Oh, three. Never mind. 452 and 504. All right. I didn't feel him. Criminality, there's a Boston ATF CIA guy, Sean McDonough, who is the pretty good reason for why Brian Albert has everyone by the short hairs. Yeah, I like him. He's pretty animated, and he's obviously, I mean, on one side of this fence. He doesn't waver. But he's, you know, he's a pretty entertaining guy to listen to. I think he was DEA, if I remember right, Patty. I think. Don't quote me on that. Now we got all these damn initials. I'm thinking, what is it? She says it. Well, I mean, it kind of. There's a lot of them. Sure has. I didn't feel it either. I'm not even in Texas, so. I was with Trooper B through his credentials. Then he started answering questions. No, dude. That's where I was at too. I was like, this is like he practiced. I would love to know if he actually had a script that he memorized. It was like somebody was performing on stage. And I knew because he was so, my memory is so perfect and I remember everything and I know license plate numbers and I know any time of anything always. I knew that was going to bite him in the ass as soon as he didn't remember anything. Not that he didn't remember anything, but as soon as he stopped remembering every detail of everything on cross-examination, it was so bad. I was like, you literally have proven that you rehearsed everything you said. And then the little snide commentary, not answering questions correctly. And even with Lolly, he was like this. Like, he doesn't say that this was inverted. He knows it was. And Vinnie Paulson just said it. Like, he knows it was. He's been in this facility multiple times. Multiple times. He knows that this is not right. He knows that when he picked this video up, it was inverted. Yeah, he's got cross-examination. That's perfect. And then he's an expert at anything and everything until Lolly doesn't want him to be an expert on cross. And then he's like, oh, no, object. Duck and Bellys, were you really? I had to drive through that afterward. That was bad. Yeah, AJ called him Proctor. That was fucking great. He's like, yeah, I'm not Proctor. He's like, oh, yeah, I know. At 10:41, he refused to say he called the hospital because he did not call the hospital. He called the medical examiner. And he was like, I'm just answering your questions honestly. And it's like, Dick, no, you're not. You're being evasive and you're trying to get away from what you said. But I got a lot to say about him. So hold on. Let's get out of here real quick. I had one more thing I wanted to show you. Speaking of Proctor, I don't know if you guys are, I'm not going to have to, I have a lot of people I'm playing tonight. So this is Tom CPU. He's outside the courthouse every day. Like, he's like the mailman. What is it? No rain nor shine. Your mail will be there. Like, Tom CPU will be at the courthouse. So after court, I typically go to him. I think they do it on some of the local newses too, but I don't normally watch them. I watch it on Tom's. He's kind of following around with like the journalists that are out there. And he's always getting like the clips of when they're walking out of the courtroom and like whatever they're saying at that time. So I wanted to play this because this kind of goes into the whole Proctor thing. The whole triggerfish and stingray tech gives really good reason how BA could ensure if he goes down, he's taking everyone down with him. I'll have to go look at the postman. He's like the postman. Definitely sub to Vinny. The other thing I like about Vinny is, I don't know if you guys know that, but he's actually a type 1 diabetic, and he's very open about it. And that's comforting for me because my oldest son is a type 1 diabetic, and it's not something he's very open about. So I try to like use Vinny to like show like, hey, like you could live a long time, things happen, you can still do great things in life. Even though Vinny doesn't know he's that role model, like that's who I make him. Poor Vinny. Plus, he's fucking funny.
It almost makes it better.
It's kind of cutting out a little bit. Yeah.
No, you'll see it though.
Okay.
You'll see it.
How you doing?
He went back too far.
I knew it was recorded, and if I didn't answer, that never.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
I think I went back too far, but I'm just gonna let it. I'll start messing shit up.
Thank you.
We love you too.
Sure.
Thank you.
I got my email and Facebook. I don't have it. Ooh, it's warm out, huh? Very warm.
I don't think they'll have it. This isn't even the important part. So I just went back too far, and I'm just gonna let it play. I knew who you meant, Susan, the wrestler.
Can't lose money, not with these ones.
They're all just screaming and telling her how great she is and how much they support her. That's really all that's happening right now. But I wanted to get to Alan Jackson's comments.
This is when no one's allowed no more here. No one's allowed. You're going in, but no one else. We're limiting. You can go sneak up in here.
There was at court yesterday. Was he there again today? I didn't even pay attention. He probably was there again today. I think
Get the good video flip.
All these things. All right.
You know what the other problem is I still have it fucking sped up. No, I don't. Well, maybe that's not the problem.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's a 6,000-pound SUV bumping into another 5,000-pound SUV. It's enough to crack it for sure. And it did crack. I mean, did you see the juror's reaction today when they saw that wheel move? That's not a small thing.
But you don't claim it was shattered at that.
It absolutely was not. We know it wasn't shattered. We've got other video of her driving out at 5:07, and it was not shattered. Cracked, but not shattered.
Is there any indication
Bye, guys.
Proctor is going to testify?
Yeah, Proctor's going to testify.
Under you guys or or
Them. They're going to call him.
There you go.
Good to know.
And Proctor's going to testify under the Commonwealth. Yeah, no, Shiraz, that was him. Yeah, he was asked to go there, and so he was sitting next to her dad yesterday. I think he was there today, but I didn't pay attention to see if he was there. Yeah, they do. Absolutely, Travis. So that was the end of today, but yeah, he says Proctor's testifying and the Commonwealth is calling him. If you had asked me that yesterday, I would have said, no way is the Commonwealth calling him. And I thought they would. I thought it would be stupid for them not to call him. There's no gag order on this case, Travis. I know it's crazy, but no gag order. They've all done interviews, all kinds of stuff. Proctor looks like? I'll show you Proctor. I'll show you Proctor. He actually looks like he could be related to Buchanan. Hold on. Where are you? Where are you? There you go. Here's one. Wrong screen. That's Proctor. So I do think that so anyway, I was saying, like, I thought it would be stupid for the Commonwealth not to call him, especially knowing that the defense is going to call him and that his name has come up so many times. after yesterday, when Buchanan was on the stand and he was essentially testifying to so many of the things that Proctor actually should be testifying to, I was like, they're not calling it, because they're literally using Buchanan to get all of this evidence in so that they don't have to call him. Essentially saying Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, so he oversaw everything he did anyway. And I was like, they're not going to call him. But then Jackson says today, oh, they're going to call him. He's coming in through the Commonwealth. That's weird. Okay, let's get out of this. Maybe we can get rid of all those now. Okay. Let me see what you guys have to say. That's what I thought too, T. And why wasn't Proctor put on the stand first? One of the things that if you were watching the trial, and we'll talk about it when we get more to after we kind of just skim through these guys, the defense was very adamantly objecting to everything to do with the Ring camera. I don't know if people picked up on the fact of why, but it was because they did not want that evidence coming through Buchanan. They wanted it to have to come in through Proctor, because Proctor's the one who filled out the search warrant. Proctor's the one that was in communication with Ring. Proctor's the one who received the Ring footage from Ring. And obviously, we know had access to the Ring footage on whether it could or could not have been deleted. They did, so they continued to object to anything that he had to say about the Ring footage. They ended up in a sidebar, and Bev obviously said, no, it can come in through him due to the fact that it's a collaborative work effort. You know, these guys write reports. They do it all together. They are, you know, this is his supervisor. They can bring it in this way. So I think that we're seeing on cross a lot of the word Proctor. I don't even know if he accidentally called him Proctor. I'll be honest with you, because Jackson's he's sly. I mean, he's a smart fella. I wonder if it's just more to continue saying the name Proctor, and then to say, like, these are the questions I would be asking Proctor. And he's like, Proctor. And then he's like, I'm not Proctor. And he's like, oh yeah, no, you're not Proctor. But I'm wondering, like, is all of that intentional because he wants to make sure that Michael Proctor's name stays in the forefront of the jury's minds? Right, not to mention that Buchanan is not a Ring expert, even though he was an expert on everything today. Jury has it by Friday the 28th. Defense needs 4 to 5 days, only Tuesdays off. Full days the rest of the week gives CW 8 days. I don't know what the following week's schedule is, though. Let me look at the calendar real quick. So next week, we're off tomorrow, no trial, obviously not Saturday or Sunday. We're back Monday, no trial Tuesday the 11th. Full days 12, 13, 14. I don't know what the schedule is for the 17th through the 21st, though. Now, the defense has said they need 4 to 5 days for their case, so that would be the last week, because Judge Bev says today the jury should have it in hand. They should have it to deliberate. The case should be done by the end of June. You still have to have Lolly still gets to come back up after the state's done. I'm gonna guess that Lolly's going to be done around Wednesday, Thursday in 2 weeks. That's where I'm at with it. That's what I think. John said, I don't know if you already said it, but what do you think is on the thumb drive the judge denied right before closing out today? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know what's on it. I know that they were done an hour early today, so she did not want to get into something that was going to they were going to have to stop in the middle of. So I think that that was also part of her very short, you know, she was very like abrupt with him. Like, no, you're not going to play it. No, you're not going to do this. Second felonies. Hey, Greenlee. Supposedly the motion to argue Monday is for a dog expert. Lolly really doesn't have... I have that motion, so we'll talk about that too. I would have to believe that KR's defense is at least running 500K. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely agree. 4 to 5 seems brave. I'm not saying they don't have it together, but knowing Lolly, this is going to take a minute. I think that they had wanted 2 weeks prior, but, I mean... Lolly's called a lot of their witnesses already, so I think they can really probably hit home with just their rebuttal witnesses, like their expert witnesses, and maybe a couple people who they feel like need to testify. I don't really think it's going to take the defense very long. They've already been able to put on their defense. I mean, shit, look at us all sitting here going, what the hell's going on? Jackson, 100% intentional. CW has to call Proctor. The jury will think it's odd if the head investigator is not called. Well, I don't think they would think it's as odd if his name wasn't so prevalent throughout all testimony and questioning. They'd probably be like, oh yeah, here's, you know, so-and-so's boss. We're fine. We've got everything. Right. They ain't going to be done by that. And I feel it in my gut. Did you notice a woman in the Sallyport? I did not. Somebody mentioned that earlier, and I did not notice a woman in there. She walks in and then turns around. Do we know who that is? Yeah, if the witnesses weren't so argumentative or combative, maybe we could pick up the pace. This is, I'm so glad that this is televised, or that it's streamed. I think it's, regardless of which quote-unquote side of the fence that you sit on, it's an amazing legal anomaly to be able to witness firsthand. Not all cases are tried like this. Not all investigations are this bad. The question they need to ask themselves is, which is going to do more damage to their case, calling Proctor or not calling him? That's true. It's Lolly's damn fault the trial is taking so long. I mean, how many witnesses need to talk about their entire day and every minute they spent at the high tops at the damn waterfall? The new chief that hit someone in the crosswalk. Oh, the city on the select board meetings. Oh man, they do not. The residents that come in there, they do not like her. The new chief, the one that replaced Berkowitz. All right. It's like the final four of trials. It really is. Like, if anybody, even knowing the case, not knowing the case, is so interesting to watch. And just to see, when this first started, I told you guys, like, I feel like Yannetti and Jackson are like surgeons. I mean, they're just so smooth, and they take as many questions and turns and cuts and whatever you want to call it to get to exactly where they need to go. I mean, obviously, I think that there's some mistakes, but he thinks she is Devin on the defense list. She has since left Canton and transferred some. Okay, I'll look into that and see if I can figure out who it is too. I guess it's healthy for people. If you want to know our legal system and understand your rights, I think that watching trials is a very good way to do that. Sean McDonough did sort of walk through the Sallyport video. Someone walks in by the front of the car and abruptly turns around. Sean says it's because she heard them smash the taillight on Karen's car. Oh, like, so she comes out to see, like, hey, what was that sound? Their little questions go somewhere. Lolly's go nowhere. Lolly's problem is he asks so many redundant questions that his important questions have no emphasis. Nobody's paying attention to the important stuff because they're so bored by the time he gets there, and he doesn't change anything about the way he's asking it. Nobody understands that what he's saying at one time is the not important stuff versus that what he is saying is the important stuff. He misses the mark. Yeah, and he has been in a lot of trouble lately for not talking very loud. He didn't used to be, but he does. Yeah, the judge is not happy with Lolly anymore. She's very hard on him now. But someone mentioned the name Devers. Okay. Hey, Miku's headphones. I think he had one question with 5 what if any's today. It's a what if any sort of, have you, who if anyone was at the Sallyport that day? I will give Lolly the absolute credit where credit is due. That man is doing all of this by himself. I mean, he's obviously got like paralegals and things, but he is the only one that is up there doing any type of direct exam on every single one of his witnesses. You'd think at some point he would have been like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, why do I have so many witnesses? Mika says, I think Bev is sick of his shit in general. She has had an attitude with him. Yeah, absolutely. She's just like, oh, God, Lolly, what the fuck? Why are we here? But I do, like I said, I will give him that credit because that is, I mean, shit, that is exhausting. That is exhausting. Why does he not have any other attorneys up there to help him? And then maybe he would actually have more oomph on the things that are important. At this point, it's almost like he's just going through the motions. It's like, what if any did you have at the diner that night? And if any, he's like, I don't even want to fucking ask these questions anymore. I'm so tired of my own questions. He's the CW's guy, fall guy, 100%. Everyone else is trying to distance themselves from the BS, especially with the feds up their ass. Yeah, because nobody else wanted to commit career suicide. My theory is that he's doing the bare minimum to save his pension. Probably. I mean, he's not doing the bare minimum necessarily because, I mean, he did not need to call all these witnesses. Unless Morrissey's like, no, you absolutely have no choice. You're calling everybody. Other than that, I don't think Lolly is an oomphy type of person. His freaking opening was like an ancestry site family fucking tree. But when we went back through the opening statements, it was so painful. It was so painful. Okay, so I just want to touch on these guys that testified. Like I said, I was hoping to have broken this up into 2 different pieces, but with a sick kid and other shit in my life, it didn't work out that way for me, and sometimes that's just how it goes. So here we are. This is Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara. He is part of the CERT team. He was actually the team commander. The biggest takeaways from this guy is that he is more in charge of finding missing people instead of actually processing crime scenes. He talks about that he sets up this command post at his vehicle that's parked on the driveway, at the end of the driveway. It gets moved a couple times. And then later on says they had no command post. It's like, was there a detour in Canton today? That is the. I hope that Jay fucking read that. I sent that to him in his email. Let me see if he responded. See, this is how I end up not getting anything done, because I sidetrack myself like 50,000 times. He didn't even respond. Fucking Jay. Yeah, I sent it to him because he's like, oh, I forgot to look at it. I'm like, dude, you have to look at it. Greenlee says neither cow or defense. Neither the Commonwealth or defense wanted to try this case till the federal investigation was over. Aunt Bev wanted this and now is bearing the brunt along with the jury. Yeah? He wouldn't play my short? He probably didn't. He subbed to the channel. He should know. Jay wouldn't play it? Wait, were they? They were on Bob's today. Still have not made it through while it's open. It's fucking hilarious. Does no one on the Commonwealth know how to do anything in the snow? Like, are you automatically dying if it snows there? Yes. And then you literally just become that girl or that guy. You don't matter at all. You're just the person that's out dead in the snow. That's what you become. Nobody cares. Nobody knows how to do anything in the snow except for drink and drive. That they're like, oh yeah, we totally made it home in 7 minutes. It was good. We know how to drink and drive. They were talking about the time jumps. Whatever. Everyone was tired, grumpy, and not focused on the case in any way. Canton is less than an hour. Is it really? Shamita, that would be so fun. At the end of the day, I'm always like, I sat down from doing stuff all day long, and yet I can't think of what I did. That's my life in a nutshell. I feel like as I've gotten older, there are less hours in the day. I'm like, I don't know how did I ever accomplish all the things I used to when I was younger? What happened? Did they shorten the hours on me and I'm not aware of it? So he talks about that he arrives at the scene. They're doing like this grid search, and they end up finding, obviously they find some taillight pieces. They find some clear taillight pieces and red. They go through like the photos of everything that they find. They talk about the mapping. The biggest takeaways from what him and his team of 7 found was they found the sneaker that is up against the curb, buried in the snow. And oh shit, did I save that picture? I really hope I saved that picture. It was from the dash cam. Did I save it on my phone? Okay, so where the shoe is on the street. I'm hoping I saved it on my phone. Give me a second. Where the shoe is on the street is where Officer Saraf's car is parked. Like if he opened his driver door, he would have been walking out onto that area. I had to have been watching on my phone. Let me see if I took a screenshot. Come on, Teresa, tell me how smart you are and that you did take a screenshot. Shit. I didn't. Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog. So, but right where Saraf's car is, if he would have gotten out of his car and walked towards the flagpole, then the shoe would have been right there. With, they most of them have testified that there was 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground by the morning time when they were there, right? That's kind of the common thing. Well, the tennis shoe sitting at the angle that it's sitting at is would be more than 4 to 6 inches. They would have seen this. They would have seen, he would have opened his door and it would have been there on the curb. And I get, yeah, it was dark out, but still, I mean, there's a shoe there. It's not completely covered in snow. Now, there is something going around. Somebody commented on Twitter about the bottom of the shoes being a different color. I went and pulled a bunch of photos of the shoe from the testimony, and I will say whatever picture they're using, I think is just a bad picture that was shown at the trial. because every other photo they showed at the trial, the shoe does have a white sole. So I think it must be shadowing or something like that. Because, so just an FYI, if you might see that in Facebook groups or out there on the social medias, there is one that does look like the bottom of the sole is black. But in reality, the bottom of the sole is white. So I was going to talk about that today, so I went to pull all kinds of pictures, but it's white. They were talking about how when Buchanan pulls the right shoe out, that it was white, and that the one that in the pictures is black, but it's not, it's white. So here's my thought on this too, and a question I have, and obviously I'm still waiting on the whole, how does this trajectory of him being hit by an SUV fly him into this spot on the lawn? Like, I'm not there yet with it. So, and I do know a lot of the times when somebody is hit by a vehicle, they do lose their shoes, even tied, not tied. It's like a phenomena that it's just something that happens. So I was like, okay, if John is standing here by the curb and he's out in the street for whatever reason, remember, there's no snow. It's barely started to snow. It's not sticking to the ground. So if John's standing out here and he knows that this is the lawn and he knows that this is the street. So is he walking this way, and is he walking towards the driveway? Because it's weird that his left shoe is the one that's up against the curb. Yes, Chelsea, that's a true thing. Sent you the shoe. Thank you, LFT. It can. That's very true. I know that there is some type of email thing you can sign up for where they email you the photos that are used in court that day or that week. I don't know how it works. I didn't do it. So some of them that I have gotten, I've grabbed from people who apparently are signed up for that. And that seems to be the most clear, but I don't know how to do that or how to sign up for it or if I even want to be honest with you. Like, I got enough crap and I'm not very, I hate checking my email. I want to see all of the pictures of the shoe. Do you think that the defense is going to do you think Bev is going to let the defense play the thumb drive? I do. Yeah, I think the problem is Lolly wasn't aware of what was on that particular thumb drive without Alan Jackson saying it out loud. That she didn't want a sidebar because she wanted to finish up today's testimony. She ended up not having a choice and ended up having to sidebar after Jackson asked to play 10 seconds of it, which is pretty usual. They will ask, like, because once again, we were talking about, like, is this a fair and accurate representation of whichever moment in time that they're capturing? So he wanted to play 10 seconds to show what it was and get the witness to understand what it was and say, yes, this is that conversation, this is that recording, this is that video, whatever it is. And she just was like, I'm not going to have you play it because Lolly doesn't know what it is. It's not that he doesn't actually know what the evidence is. He just doesn't recognize the thumb drive that the defense has without the defense having to say it. So they end up at a sidebar and she's just like, you know what? We're at a stopping point anyway. Instead of playing this for 10 seconds, they don't ever want to end. Well, typically, they typically don't want to end in the middle of a line of questioning. They want to finish at least that line of questioning. But Bev is kind of interesting because she will cut people off right in the middle. She's like, it's time for a break. So that's also kind of funny. Okay, so anyway, that's my thoughts on the shoe. I think the shoe is absolutely white. So they find the shoe. They have pieces of taillight, same thing. The biggest thing about these maps is that they're using a GPS locator, essentially saying like, hey, we found this piece of evidence in this location, yet they only actually do 3 of them. And he states that they only do 3 on this map because they started overlapping each other. Well, he needs a more zoomed in version of the map where they actually mark everything. If you guys are familiar with like trials and evidence, you typically have they showed it when they were doing like the car. It's like just a diagram. So you have like a drawing. Here's my representation of the house, and I just drew it, and then I made like, here's the flagpole, and here's the fire hydrant, and here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 pieces we found of tail light, and then you number them on your little paper, and that's what you can use. So he's like talking about like they're using this advanced technology to be able to map it, but they don't actually use it. So they don't do it old school, and they don't do it with the new tech. So essentially, nobody knows exactly where all these pieces of taillight are found. This is problematic as a crime scene person. As you will see too, in all the photos that are taken, there's no evidence tags on anything. There's no evidence markers saying like this is. You guys know that. I think I have some. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like here's A, B, C, D. There's no way that anybody can say where these pieces were actually found for any type, and as to Catastrophe's point, that any reconstructionist is going to be able to say, this is how all these taillight pieces ended up everywhere that they did based on this. Because look, here's my recreation, and as you hit, you see this taillight burst, and these types of pieces, start landing in these particular areas, or with this amount of impact, they could just use the damn Stop and Shop bag. Just write a 1 on it and put it down. At that point, just use anything. Anything that's going to distinguish the difference, because we also run into, they're showing us photos of pieces of taillight that Buchanan is getting into evidence. He didn't take the photos. They're the same piece of taillight. So by Lolly not actually distinguishing that those are the same pieces of taillight photographed multiple times, that's a problem. All the evidence in this case is a fucking joke. And I don't mean that because I think, oh, look at me, I think Karen Reed's so innocent. I'm telling you right now, they process this evidence very, very poorly. And that doesn't mean the evidence text back at the lab. That's not even who I'm talking about. I'm talking about all of these people that were at the scene. They did not know what they were doing. They did not do it right. At the beginning of this trial, I said it was Canton that just wasn't trained. I'm assuming right now that it's the entire fucking state of Massachusetts that doesn't know how to process a crime scene. So that's where I'm at with it. And I don't know how, most of this evidence, I can't even believe they're actually getting in. It's so contaminated. I don't know another word to use. It's just so, it's inaccurate. We don't know most of it. Oh God, Chelsea. Oh God, I don't know. Delphi's going to be bad too, Chelsea. You know it's going to be bad. The whole thing's like turning into an effing cartoon. So let me see. Cross, Yannetti takes care of Cross. His biggest thing is talking about that he actually received the call from Tully at 2:32. And instead of going straight to the crime scene to start processing when it was still daylight and closer to the actual time of the incident, they wait, and he doesn't actually get to go to the crime scene until closer to 5 o'clock. Now it's dark. It's January in Massachusetts. It's fucking dark. And instead of having the 2 hours to be able to process this crime scene in a better manner, they wait. And he blames it on Tully. Obviously, this is about protocol. I don't know. I don't know why Tully wouldn't have been calling him that morning as soon as they knew they were taking the case. But this is a whole nother issue I have with this whole crime scene. You got Buchanan and Proctor who don't even go to the actual scene of the incident for 5 days. 6 days if you count the 29th. Almost a week after the incident, they're like, okay, let's go visit the crime scene and see what we can find. What? I am not a fan of any of these investigators at all. Even the ones that I think are just doing the thing. Like, this guy's out there just trying to do his job. He's like, I don't know. I don't ever look for evidence in the snow. So I did like the best I could. And I even kind of think the same with like the guys that were there the morning of. They're like, yeah, look at how they were so proud of themselves with their leaf blower. And Oh, speaking of, my gosh, I'll show you guys the leaf blower. Hold on. This was after our conversation where we read the detour post about who would calling the leaf blower to the stand and the questions you'd ask that Lolly would ask the leaf blower. And I was like, I'm sorry, I think that's a better question for Red Solo Cup. I don't think I could answer that question. I cracked myself up with these. I know, I find myself funnier than most people do, but I did. I was like, oh, look at that. Poor little Solo Cup's like, oh, I didn't do anything. I should have done this, the grocery bag too, but I didn't. But this was per our conversation. So like, it's kind of like an if you know, you know of the detour post and who Lolly's next witnesses were going to be. So his, like I said, so Yannetti's biggest thing was like, you guys could have been out there. And then the other thing that was mentioned was that there was 5 other officers, not from his team, that were at the scene. He knew 2 of them as state police, but the other 3 he did not know, and he believes they were from Canton, essentially. They very well could have been. Well, Canton's not supposed to be there. They've already recused themselves, essentially, and have been conflicted out since like 10 o'clock, not earlier than that, since like 8 o'clock that morning when they went back to Canton PD after they left the crime scene unsecured. The Solo Cup at least has appropriate emotions. That 10th grade civics class taught me nothing compared to these YouTube streets. I feel like one of us will at least know to wait until we have the proper supplies to collect evidence, and we are not crime scene techs. I know. We'd be like, no, don't use the red Solo Cups. Let me see what else there was. His other big things. He was told a specific area to look when he got there by Tully, and this is the relayed information that really shouldn't be. Tully telling where John's body was found and where to look for evidence. And then Tully, who never actually saw John's body, nobody documented where John's body was. Nobody took photos of the area that John's body was in to prove that there was grass underneath it. Nobody photographed this crime scene to be able to prove shit about shit. And so he's essentially saying, like, so Tully's telling you where to look and what to look for. And he's like, yeah, he said that there was a person who had been hit by a vehicle and possibly dragged. Yeah. I'm like, oh, now they're trying to throw this whole drag into here. And let me see, pieces were found very close to each other. It's a red piece 3 feet from the sneaker. Found 6 or 7 pieces, only mapped 3. The last takeaway is that nobody ever, he offered his services and his team's services to say, hey, you know, we'll come back and help you when it's light out, when the weather's better. If you guys need our help, like, just let us know, and we'll be here. Nobody ever called him or his team out to come back and help process this scene. Very problematic if he's your crime scene guy, right? I mean, why are you calling him out to begin with then? Holy shit balls, what a day. Hi, Nunya. So anything else that you guys think with Kevin O'Hara that we need to talk about? All right, so if you have another comment about him, you guys can bring it up in chat. So here is Maureen Hartnett. She takes the stand. You guys may remember her name because when the tech from UC Davis came on the stand, really out of order, you know, the pig DNA found on the swabs that she received. She received those swabs from Maureen Hartnett. So the defense is actually like, hey, are you familiar with the fact that Maureen Hartnett wasn't passing her proficiency exams? So right off the bat, Lolly's like, tell me about your proficiency exams. And she's like, well, I had to go through remediation on one because she gave an inconsistent answer. So she had to be essentially retaught, which is very normal procedure. I thought it was going to be more explosive. It really was not as big of a deal as they kind of made it seem. But so she essentially had to be retaught on a specific procedure. And while she was being retaught, so anything in the forensics lab, once you see something, find something, or know something, you have to have somebody else that comes in and tells you that they see the same thing that you see, essentially. So, and that's just a peer review. It's like, hey, yeah, okay, I see that too. She was not allowed to do that anymore. Let me see what Sniper said. Solid point. Proctor's text saying he wishes Kara would just off herself was him realizing how ass deep he had involved himself in this unethical criminal investigation, and he wanted it all to go away. Oh, probably. Well, he also, if I don't know how closely everybody here follows the case, but he's also being investigated by Internal Affairs and was actually taken out of the field. And I'm sure he probably does blame her for it and her defense team, kind of like Jen McCabe blames the defense team too. It's sad when simply being incompetent makes you one of the state's better witnesses. I know. Ironically, she has the least sourpuss looking expression of all. Nice pick choice. I just do a screen grab. Out of curiosity, what would you guys use to collect blood evidence in a pinch? Because I've seriously thought about it. A Q-tip. I would use a Q-tip. I would use gloves and a Q-tip. Hold on, where was that at? Hold on, I missed my chat changed. But somebody said she only tested one cup. She only tested one cup because she knew, she was like, I'm not going to get shit from this. They don't even further test anything. There's nothing coming up with that swab. They never talk about that swab again. It's just essentially in the trash. She leaves all the cups with them because she doesn't give a shit, because it's not actually going to be evidence in any criminal case, because you can't collect blood in a solo cup. Hold on. Do you know the case about the girl who was groomed by the neighboring city PD since like 14, and then when she was 18 she was impregnated by one of them and unalived? No, I do not. She lived in Canton. The cops were the neighboring town. Oh, no, I don't know that. The Proctor and Bukak. Wait. What's her name? I might know who you're talking about. I just don't know all the details to it. But I know Dietz and Chasing Truth have talked about another case where Bukaki and Proctor were involved in it. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Travis, for the tip. Yes, I am familiar with the case. I know no details. But now you say her name, yes. Dang it, knowledge. I take a pick and create a large no zone. The freaking LMT is cracking me up. Around the evidence, then wait for someone with legit knowledge and expertise. I create a no zone. No, don't you go in there. Everyone is going to know that case. Yeah, she lived in Canton, and the Sussy troops made the call to not investigate. And was molested in youth. Cop buddy. Didn't know her case. That's horrendous. Sandra Birchmore. Yeah, once you said that, I was like, wait a minute, I do know this from Dietz. FYI, I was watching some local Boston news station, and they were doing like a recap on Karen Reed, and they had a forensic meteorologist on. Did you guys know that there was a forensic meteorologist, like even in the world? And so they ask her, like, how do you become like a forensic meteorologist? And she's like, you just look up like the data of the day that you have in question, and you take that information and you can assist with law enforcement investigations and trial testimony. So I messaged Dietz and I was like, Dietz, you are officially a forensic meteorologist because that's all you have to do. You just have to look up shit about what the weather was on a particular day. I was like, that's the stupidest shit ever. We're forensic. Yeah, you need a specialist to do that apparently. Yeah, she's a forensic meteorologist. I was like, fuck. I got into the wrong line of work over here. I just have to Google shit. Okay, so her biggest thing is that she is the one who goes over to Canton on February. She testifies the entire direct that she went there on the 2nd. She actually went there on the 1st. We heard testimony about how there was somebody who came in and was going to take the entire casing of the tail light, and that they couldn't get it out, so they had somebody in Canton helping. She's the one who couldn't actually remove it herself. So she takes the entire tail light back. She's the one who finds the scratches on the bumper. She finds a dent in the trunk. The apparent hair on the back of the car that lasted forever on driving back and forth. This hair is stuck to the car. I don't even give a fuck if it is a hair. I'm sorry. That was an unnecessary cuss. I don't care if it is a hair. Because if it, no matter what, unless you have some type of DNA that or blood spatter or something, that like John, she essentially lived with John. Of course, like his hair is going to be in places. So even if they can convince people it's stuck there through the snowstorm, or that it didn't, or that it's this forward C, backward C, whatever, it really is irrelevant, because what she's testing is not positive for blood anywhere. Well, okay, so I should probably explain this just a little bit. There's different people when you go into like the forensics. There's different, why they continue to like ask them like what levels they are and stuff. There's different people. So you have like the person who collects all the evidence, right? So they come, they take your pictures, they collect it, they put it in the bags and whatnot. That person then takes the bags. Well, unless you're Proctor, you just do all that yourself. Takes the bags and gives it to like the forensic scientist or the crime lab itself, and the crime scene, the tech will get it. So if you have an item, we'll just use his orange shirt for example. So it's like, okay, his orange shirt obviously has some type of DNA on it. Now, if I'm gonna, or I want to look for actual blood, right, or a DNA sample, so I have to actually test it by screening it. So I use like a swab that'll tell me if it's going to come up positive for blood or not. Like it's just like a little swab of like, okay, yes, this is some type of biological fluid. Here we go. It doesn't tell me that it's necessarily blood. It doesn't tell me whether it's semen. It doesn't tell me all that. So it's like, here's like just it's presumptive positive for blood. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So then once I get this screening done, I have to determine where this item goes from there. They talk about like, okay, so you have like the DNA lab, and then you have like a trace lab. So do I want to send this particular item to trace? Do I want to send this particular item to the DNA lab? So on and so forth. So then I send it to the next person who is going to do the next evaluation. So if I got a presumptive positive for blood, I send it over to DNA and they test it. It could come out that it's not blood. It could come out that it's something else. It could come out something different because all I did was screen it. So they are the ones who are going to get the DNA sample. So it kind of just like, think of it like steps. Like it's got to go through the motions. Like each piece of evidence like goes a certain direction. So she's the one that's out there like looking at the car and taking the screening test to see if there's any type of presumptive positive blood that's going to come up on any type of result. Hold on real quick, you guys.
You sure? Oh, it's
So-
have, like, the-
And my daughter's just coming to steal my soda. So she takes all these swabs and essentially comes back with that there is no positive for any blood underneath the carriage of Karen's car. There's nothing on the bumper. Anything she's testing is not coming back that there's any blood on it. So now you just have this fucking hair that's just blowing in the wind and is only connecting, via the ends of the hair. Who cares? Because it's not like John would never have been around this car. He literally was in the car that night. So I don't think, to me, I'd like, who gives a shit about this hair? Unless you're going to show that there's like the 3 liters of blood this dude's missing, like show me that is somehow on the car, or at least part of it is. That the hair is irrelevant to me. Let's see what else she does. Let's see what else she has to say. So talk about the hair. Talk about the pieces of glass on the bumper. I'll show you guys. So if you guys didn't see the hair, I'll just show you the pictures real quick. Here's like your backwards C. You can see it right here. So you can see that they're not getting a side angle. Essentially, if you were looking at it from the side, you should be able to see through this little circle here. Makes sense? And then if it's waving, then it's still hanging on by the 2 ends, and then it's the over here. So there's still, you can see through. So it's going like woo 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 woo. Yeah, done. No point in this case. That's where I'm at with it. Then you have, she finds this. Like the pieces of glass. The hair survived nor'easter winds of like 60 miles. Well, the issue with that is if it was already stuck into something that was on the car and then it's packed in with the snow, I don't think it's going to leave, and I don't think it matters, and I don't think the hair is planted. That's my personal opinion. I think that it's a very common thing, and you have shit all over your car, and now you've got snow stuck to it with sludge. I don't know. To me, it's not planted. You're not going to plant it on an upright surface at that angle. What are you going to stick like something to the ends of the hair to make it stick to this car? Oh yeah, no, it's tested. The hair gets tested. Yeah, that's the part of the pretrial hearings is about this stupid hair. Because it gets tested and comes back that it's not a human hair, and then if Sleuthie's here, she'll probably know this better than me, but not a human hair, and then they want to send it out to a different lab who's now saying it is a human hair, and then the DNA testing on the hair. And so one of the last pretrial hearings, they were like arguing about whether they're going to let this hair in or not. To me, the hair is irrelevant. I don't think it matters. I don't. You're not. How are you going to stick? How are you going to stick the hair on there? How are you going to get it on? How are you going to get it on just the ends? Like, how are you going to plant that? It's probably fucking Richard Allen's cat. None yet, and it's probably an owl pig hair. It probably is. And that's why they can't actually say what it is, because it's an unknown species, and they're like, holy shit, this is an owl pig hair. What are we going to do? Bob Motta was right, and now we have owl pigs. And we can't let Bob Motta be right, so we can't ever tell anybody. It's a red herring. I thought it was tested as human, but they haven't said whose hair. What if it's her father? Still not relevant. We can't place when the hair got there. The hair did she end up ruling that it wasn't coming in? I guess I missed that. I thought she was. I thought that, I just remember it from the pretrial hearings and then going back and forth. But I don't remember the outcome of whether it was coming in or not coming in. I know that one of the very last pretrial hearings that he didn't have these specific results, and she's like, well, are you going to have them in time? Like, are you going to get one? Like, how much is this going to happen? It was tested twice. Well done, Danielle. Well done. Well played. Okay, so we get these little pieces of glass on the back of this bumper that Lolly has referred to as being embedded in the bumper. And as it's testified to, they are not. They're just laying there. They're laying on the bumper. I asked my husband about this because I was like, what do you think of this? And he was like, well, a lot of these have like these grooves to make it so stuff doesn't move. So if it was already snowed on, but I was like, it wasn't really snowing that much. So we kind of went back and forth on it. He thinks it's possible that they wouldn't have moved. I'm thinking that they would have, but this is the back. This is the rear of the car. So like this is where her hatchback or the back would be. Miku, no, you very well could be. She never ruled on the DNA totally, but she was leaning more towards no. I thought that had to do with the DNA from the hair. Am I incorrect on that? If I am incorrect, please tell me so that I don't say it again and spread bullshit. These are the ones that match to nothing, but we need Sleuthy to make a chart for us to be sure. I have pulled up a few different things, so hopefully I'm going to work on a video for that. I don't want to go too much into all of that because, like I said, we're already 2 hours in, and I don't want to keep everybody all night. And like I said, I'm going to try to put something together with each witness's information because it was so boring that I don't think a lot of people caught the parts that were super important. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Yeah, it is what it is. I guess we'll figure it out as we go. Okay, let me see. Taillight housing, cups red. We talked about that. She just takes the one swab because she doesn't give a shit. They go over the sweatshirt. The damage spots on the sweatshirt, which is the arm, had 13 areas. They go through the pics. Everything's got the pics. The holes in the right arm of the sweatshirt and cuts in the lower right back of the sweatshirt is what she is tagged, because obviously there's the giant, I mean, the thing's cut in half. I need demonstrative. I know, me too. You know how I am, Kathy. I'm going to have to make it. I'm going to have to just make it myself because they didn't give us one. And I like to have my charts and stuff, so I'm making one. Did Karen and John both walk out with their bar glasses? Was it one glass or two? One glass that John carried out that in my opinion, I think was Karen's drink that she didn't finish. And so he took it with because it was like expensive shit. And plus he'd been drinking all night anyway. So he was like, yeah, let's keep the party going. Let me see. So they go through the pictures. She's the one who took the swabs. We talked about that. They get sent over to UC Davis that end up being tested and coming up positive for pig DNA. She uses the ALS, which is an alternate light source. She doesn't see any stains. 2 swabs around the damage. They go through the pics. The sneaker, one from hospital, one from Fairview. The screening and confirmation tests on the clothing comes up positive. Like I was talking about, like she's literally just doing the swab to see if it has potential for any type of DNA, and then she's sending it out to whatever lab she needs to send it to, or lab tech she needs to send it to. Biggest thing that she talks about, this is not biggest thing, but something that continues to be carried over from her testimony to every other testimony of the techs is that she took these scrapings from the shirt and the sweatshirt. So after she goes through and gets all these samples and whatnot, she like literally just scrapes the clothing into a pile and takes that pile and puts it into an envelope for that to be like looked through. So it's just a pile of debris. So I don't know if they're going to care too much about this because obviously the shirt and the sweatshirt were touching each other anyway on his body. So they would have had a lot of cross contamination, prior to them being tested for anything. So I don't know if they're going to care too much about that, but she does take the scrapings from both articles of clothing and puts them into one pile of debris. Is a take it or leave it person, and I'm not a huge fan, but watch the video of him trying the 24 mile an hour in reverse. Fairview's hugely busy street. I'll take a look at it. So on cross, then we get Alan Jackson up there, who says that everything was actually happened on February 1st. So anything that you answered about being in the Sallyport actually happened that day. She said that she was looking for evidence of a car versus person. There was no visible stains or tissue on the vehicle at all. They go over the photos of John's arm. She examined the car, not the hood, but yes, looked at the undercarriage. She's not qualified to make pattern comparisons, but did not make any conclusion that there was anything on the car that would have caused those scrapes. So she did not do that. And she's very, very sciencey and very straightforward. And it's just like, I am not qualified to say that one way or the other. So I don't want to, I don't want to speak out of my place. All of the swabs on the car were negative for blood, so nothing from the car popped and got sent to DNA for anything. Testing on the 2 swabs from 1 cup, the bumper, the 5 pieces. I spelled bumper wrong there. Not embedded. So here's they were just sitting there. John's hoodie, swabs on the arm, scrapes on the orange shirt, evidence bag, March 14th. She doesn't receive the items of the tail light pieces, the clothing, all of that stuff. She does not get until March 14th. So if she did not take it herself on February 1st to test, then she did not get anything until March 14th. There was something interesting at the bottom on recross. I said bottom because it's on the bottom of mine, but the last thing that happened on recross, Jackson's asking her about who signed this particular form, and that seems to be objected. And I wonder who signed the form. Is there an issue with the form? Like, who signed the form? Now I want to know who signed the form, and we don't know who signed the form. Now she was interesting. The people online do not like this girl. They did not like her. I think the biggest takeaway was that she thinks it's odd questions to figure out who the lead investigator was and who was actually giving over evidence and signing reports. But this is a lot of photos of evidence. I'm not going to go through all this because, like I said, I'm going to put a video of all these people's information together so you can kind of see who testifies to what. Did not have the sweatshirt and the orange shirt. Hartnett is the one who gave her the debris to look at. All pieces fit together. And she says correct. That's on cross. So she's putting pieces together. Essentially they're using her just to get in all of this evidence and the photographs of it. I thought she was fine. I thought she was fine. She didn't rub me wrong, but people on social media did not like her. They were making fun of her, making fun of her hair, making fun of her the way she was talking, making fun of the way she was answering questions. I was like, dang, she was not that bad. This is where she's like, I can't, she's like, this is just such a weird question. I don't know. It's an odd question. Like, which trooper dropped off the sweatshirt and the orange shirt? And then there's a lot of back and forth, and it was just weird. And finally, she's like, it was Michael Proctor. We also don't know how many times she's testified. She very well could not have testified very often. She also says that it was delivered on March 14th by Trooper Proctor. And then she goes over what evidence it was. February 18th, larger and larger pieces by Proctor. Pick of how taillight pieces fit together. The small hole towards the center. Never got the pieces. Okay, let me grab this picture real quick because I think this was interesting too. So here's what she puts together. And so she's like, yeah, there's only like small parts that are missing that they didn't actually have the pieces to. No, criminality, it was the form on the evidence bag. Remember the one Bukaki said it was his name, but Proctor did it? I think it was that one. Ooh. She did. She seemed nervous to me too. Wayne. Kelt, I would never trust anyone from it. I would not either. Especially not after the articles we've read on the shit that they've done at that crime lab. Her hair is freaking adorbs. I like it. She's young and probably not used to test. That's what I thought too. I don't know. I had no issues with her whatsoever. So, but here you can see that she's reconstructed the tail light, and they go over that. Hold on, I got sidetracked. Just a ditzy California. Them they think is the proper way to identify her. I know. I thought she was fine. I didn't have any issues with her besides her weird, like, thinking that was an odd question, and like, I don't know, like that's just not a normal question. And he's like, I think it is, and I'm like, it really is, but obviously she hasn't testified too much. So at the end of this, he's just like, hey, so you put this whole thing together, and there's just a small hole towards the center of it that you never got the pieces of, right? That's it. That's all there is. So that was her. This is Pretty Blank. She is the one who goes over a lot of the pieces of glass. It became very redundant, but I am, like I said, I'm going to pull all of that anyway. But she works in trace. So as I was saying, so there's you have your person who's taking all the initial swabs just to see where things should go, and if anything is testing positive and needs to go to a certain place. Now this stuff comes over to trace, and she's the one looking at specific things. Jackson talks to her about chain of custody, and she compared 4 total items. Some had sub items within them, so she had 4 packages is essentially what it is. And then this is when he's like going through the list of like, this matches this though, and that matches that, and this is that, and this is that, and people are like, what? So I'm gonna put all that together. So no biggie. And then hold on. Let me see if this popped up. Why did that not open? Hold on. Why is this not downloading? I don't know. This is the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So this is what came out. This is what they're going to have a hearing on Monday. He filed this today. So let's just skim through it really quick, and then we'll go talk about Buchanan. On April 15th, the day prior to trial, which is incorrect. There's the BAC calculation guy. I liked him too. I did like him. Allie said it was notable that the missing taillight piece would have been the section that struck John's car. Well, the reconstructionists are going to have something to say about whether that light could have been broken by hitting that car. I don't know. And is there any damage to the Traverse? She backs into it, cracks her own taillight, and dents her own car. Is there any damage to that car? And is the Traverse just that much stronger? So we'll see. Oh, that girl. Everyone on YouTube and social media should demand that John be addressed as Officer O'Keefe. The troopers, other LE involved are, he deserves the same respect. That girl, yes, I absolutely agree. Thank you for that super chat. That's very nice of you. And I couldn't agree more. He earned it, and he deserves it. You know, it's a struggle because I don't feel like they treated him like an officer down to begin with. And at this point, now they don't treat him like that at all. Okay, so 15th, the day prior to trial, the defendant provided the Commonwealth with a witness list which contains the names of civilians. On April 22nd, the Commonwealth filed Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and renewed request for voir dire of any proposed defense experts during that week of jury impanelment. The defendant was ordered to comply within 1 week. This is true. This is from the pretrial hearing. Yes, this is true. On April 29th, opening statements were made and the trial testimony commenced. But no. She said he wanted to do a voir dire on this expert that's coming from California, I believe. And she was like, the Judge Bev was like, well, I don't think we need to have this expert come out here earlier if there's certain things that you can just, take care of you guys can just take care of yourself. Jackson said, I will take care of that and have that done. So whatever he was ordered to comply with, he apparently didn't. And so now Lolly's like, I don't want her to testify at all. The defendant sporadically provided reciprocal discovery to the Commonwealth on May 1st and May 7th. The defendant has failed to comply with the Massachusetts criminal codes, which requires defendant to produce all intended expert opinion evidence, including all written reports and opinions that pertain to this case. Okay. for automatic exchange of discovery regarding intent expert opinion evidence. Okay, so the defendant identified Chris Van E as a potential expert witness in biomedical and mechanical engineering. I think this is the one that they talked about. Mr. Van E will testify regarding his opinions and conclusions regarding the Commonwealth's reconstruction and the EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He will testify to the chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. However, this description fails to comply. This is a problem. This is a different circumstance, actually. This person that they're talking about, Jackson told Bev, like, no, we're not using him to come on and, and give us brand new information. He's accessed the exact same information that the Commonwealth's expert has accessed. And so there is no additional information for us to turn over to Lolly, because it's the same information that Lolly already has. Lolly says, no, I've worked with this guy before and I always get reports. And Jackson's like, yeah, but we're using him to rebut your guy. Like, he's not creating a report for us. He's creating a rebuttal of your guy. And now he's Lolly he's filing to make so that he can't come in. He will testify. So, however, this description fails to comply, which requires the defendant to disclose the opinion rendered, all intended opinion evidence, and any reports prepared by the expert. This is the one he's talking about, like, hey, there's only a written paragraph. Well, there's only a written paragraph because the guy isn't writing a report, and Lolly knows this. This is told to him in the pretrial hearing. He's not writing a report. He's literally going to sit there and listen to your person testify, and then he's going to testify on his opinions of what your person testifies about. The defendant also identified 3 experts as expert witnesses in accident reconstruction. The defendant indicated that each expert will testify consistent with the report in possession of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth again moves for the defendant to produce all written reports and opinions that pertain to this case. They talked about this too. So these 3 people together wrote one report. They worked together to come up with this one report, and Lolly wants a report from each of them based on their opinions, but their opinion is combined into the one document. So he argued about this already too. I'm going to have to go back and see what she decided on that. The Commonwealth also moves for the defendant to specify what each of the 3 experts did, what their independent opinion is, and what each expert would testify to. Now, Lolly used this guy up here before, this Chris Van E. We're not to the this is the reciprocal discovery thing. On May 21st, the defendant provided the Commonwealth with the curriculum vitae, so the CV of Dr. Marie Russell, an expert witness not previously disclosed. On May 30th, 2024, during the 6th week of trial, Attorney Little provided the following synopsis about Dr. Russell. She has reviewed the autopsy photos, the grand jury testimony of the medical examiner, the entirety of the autopsy report, all reports associated with Chloe's prior bite history, photographs of the items in evidence, and the UC Davis DNA testing results and evidence submission forms. She is expected to be called with focused testimony related to the right arm injury sustained by Mr. O'Keefe. Dr. Russell will testify that the wounds and injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with an animal attack, namely teeth or claw marks, or a combination of both from an animal. She will also testify that these injuries are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, or scratches from broken glass or taillight material. She will base her opinions and conclusions in part on having treated hundreds of patients in the ER with injuries sustained from animal attacks, including dogs. There's no written reports or opinions from Dr. Russell. This might be curious. I don't know if Bev will let this in. I don't know if Bev's going to let this in. A criminal defendant's constitutional right to call a witness on her behalf is not absolute and may be limited. Factors in assessing such balance is prevention of surprise, evidence of bad faith, prejudice to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth moves to exclude Dr. Russell's testimony as the Commonwealth is prejudiced by the extremely late notice of Dr. Russell. The Commonwealth has called over 50 witnesses thus far, and a request for a continuance 7 weeks into trial is impractical. In addition, jeopardy has attached. The Commonwealth is furthermore prejudiced by the defendant's decision to elicit this testimony and the surprise it has caused. During a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about K-9's involvement or K-9 DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. It was not until April 29, 2024, during opening statements were contrary to the court's prior ruling that third-party culprit evidence was not admissible or appropriate for opening statements. Attorney Yannetti unfairly prejudiced the Commonwealth by arguing that Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. Well, hey, that's not third party. That's not saying third party right there. That's saying that she was framed. He didn't say somebody else killed John. He's just saying she was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means that somebody else did it. Well, I guess never mind. Never mind. Rewind. And that means somebody else did it. Yeah, but I don't know. And then, surprisingly, I think that's fine. He skirted the line, very much so. Yeah, he very much skirted that line. What was her name again? The doctor? The doctor's name is Dr. Maria, which one was it? Marie Russell. Dr. Marie Russell. I think she's from Cali. I think she knows Jackson. Marie, yeah. I think she's an ER doc out in LA. That girl, why 100% the state has requested that due to other investigations that Trooper Proctor will not be called by the state to testify. We talked about this a little earlier. I was thinking that they weren't going to call him, but then Jackson said today that the Commonwealth is calling Proctor. So, ooh, do it, Miko, do it. Yeah, I'm not sure what federal charges would do to it exactly, but if anyone could take it away, it would be the feds. I've seen them pull some shit on a few of my fellow vets' retirement. Ooh. Okay, where was I? And then surprisingly proceeded to claim that the defendant's injuries were consistent with a dog attack. In light of this, on May 15th, the Commonwealth called Terry Kuhn, a forensic scientist, to testify that there was no canine DNA present on the samples provided to her veterinary forensic laboratory. Ms. Kuhn did not render an opinion about the cause or appearance of John O'Keefe's injuries, nor offered any testimony about whether John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent or inconsistent with an animal attack. So he's saying, like, they can't just go ahead and try to call these people because, like, this Dr. Marie, because of the fact that, it's as a rebuttal. It's possible. I thought that too, Susan. I thought it too. I was surprised that he played that part in court. I don't know why he did, but he, again, at the pretrial hearing, wanted to play it. They agreed upon the fact that they would not show video, but they would only do the audio. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Vetgirl. Further, the proposed testimony of Dr. Russell may necessitate a Dauber-Lanigan hearing where the defendant bears the burden of establishing that the proposed testimony would assist the trier of fact and that the methodology underlying the expert testimony is sufficiently reliable. The trial judge must also determine whether the witness has sufficient knowledge of the facts and expertise to render an opinion. Of note, Dr. Russell's expertise is with treating patients in an emergency room and how injuries may appear on living individuals rather than how injuries are depicted on a deceased male and in postmortem photograph. As for the experts disclosed on April 15th, the Commonwealth again moves in order that the defendant produce the appropriate proffers, opinion evidence, and expert reports forthwith so that the Commonwealth can adequately prepare for cross-examination. As to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth moves for an order to exclude her testimony entirely, as there's no less severe sanction to ameliorate the surprise, bad faith, and outrageously delayed disclosure. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof and production at trial and cannot try the case while simultaneously working to understand and rebut testimony from experts whose reports and opinion it does not have, without which the Commonwealth is prejudiced and unable to effectively prepare for cross-examination of these witnesses. He's not wrong there. I don't know. I don't know if she's going to let Dr. Russell testify. So, and then the other one, she's just going to be like, did you turn this stuff over? Turn it over. You were supposed to give them this letter or whatever. All right, let's see. Oh, let's talk about Trooper Yuri Buchanan. The judge will rule. I read that. I think I have to pull it from PubMed, so give me a minute. It's okay. It's a bit older, but still, I gotta get logged into my school shit. Molly has to find out that his credentials are more important than this mess. When a DA is being investigated by the feds, I'm sure it doesn't feel great. That's true. Them's the facts right there. A Yuri Buchanan. So I'm gonna read through these. I'm not gonna stop on all of them, but I put reminders in here for myself on big things that I wanted to make sure I brought up. So I'm just gonna read through them. I think the evidence room is at the DA's office there, isn't it? I did catch it, but I thought I wonder if the evidence room is just at the if it's in the same building. If there's an evidence room in the DA's office. There's no opening a door to third-party defense. They don't need it. They don't need third-party anyway. I think they were going to fight harder on it, but I think they've really used their own strategy to put the information out there to the jury, and the jury now has it in their head that there is a potential that these other people are freaking liars. This can't in the evidence room is the meat cool at Arby's? Could be. Okay, so they go through his work experience. He's obviously he's got a lot that he's done. So I'm not gonna talk shit about that. I mean, that's a lot. He's done a lot. That doesn't mean he's not a cocky bastard. And I think that he really wants Karen to be guilty, whether she is or not. And so I think a lot of his remarks and attitude comes from the fact that he wants her to be guilty. And he doesn't obviously like the defense attorneys. And he really doesn't like Turtle Boy, but that's a whole nother story. He's known Trooper Proctor since 2019. So at 9:15 a.m., he left and took his personal truck to Canton. Proctor and himself went to the McCabe's. He drove. They interviewed Jen, Matt, and Brian Albert, all separate. There's a couple inconsistencies with this, is that he actually says like Brian Albert showed up later. So he interviewed Jen. Matt was not in the room. Matt was upstairs. And then Brian came after those interviews, and then he interviewed him. Well, we already know from Jen, Matt, and Brian that Brian was there. So now I'm curious how he doesn't see Brian until later, or is this just a memory thing? But he seems to remember so much. It's weird. Then they leave the McCabe's and they go to the hospital to see the body. They saw the clothing on the floor, so they bagged and tagged each item. Said the clothing was wet. There was plaid boxers, an orange t-shirt, blue Lucky jeans with a belt, a two-tone gray light hoodie, and a right sneaker Nike brand. He said the clothes had an aroma, and you could visibly see that there was traces of vomit on the clothing. He went to go talk to Karen while she was at the hospital, but she had already left. He said the evidence is logged into a tracking system, and anytime it's moved, opened, resealed, dated, it should all be tracked. He said that Massachusetts State Police have jurisdiction over unattended death. When he saw John had face swelling and discoloration, a cut to the nostril, a cut to the eyelid, abrasions on the arm. This is his medic. This is when he's like a doctor, and he keeps trying to say things like that consistent with this or consistent with that. Well, he's not. He can't do that. He can only talk about the things that he's actually observed. And then he makes this stupid comment about, I noticed the abrasions on his arm that were no lower than a certain point and no higher than a certain point. I'm like, no shit. They weren't lower or higher, were they? Oh, interesting. Good deductive skills there. They go through and they actually show each piece of clothing from the evidence bags, which we hadn't seen before. There's going to be an issue with the evidence bags, though, because one evidence bag says that it contains the sweatshirt and the orange shirt. The other evidence bag says it contains the orange shirt. So how do both bags contain the orange shirt? Yeah, he used man measurements. It goes from here to here and no lower and no higher. This is so dumb. Because clusterfuck. I was surprised at how much Bev let him medically describe. She cut him off. I mean, Jackson was a little slow on the objections a couple times, and I was like, why aren't you objecting faster? Like, as soon as the question's out, he's like letting him answer on some things. And I was surprised. I was like, wait, why are you even allowing him to answer? Like, to start answering. It said crime scene troopers came to assist with the scene. Mello was the one that photographed the body. They go through the photos of the body, and with a slip of his tongue, he actually refers to one of the photos as having lacerations on John's arm, but he corrects himself pretty quickly and changes it to abrasions. Abrasions versus lacerations. It's been a huge thing in the case the entire time. Nanya. The orange shirt is in both bags. You cannot simply confine orange shirts to a single container. Orange shirt has got to roam. Criminality explained this. Proctor got off call at 7. JOK was declared at 7:55. But YB says Proctor got the case because he was the officer on call. Yes. So, do you remember that? Oh shit! Was it Lank or Gallagher? Oh. Remember one of them called the hotline or the line. They got the voicemail saying, hey, we don't have a death yet, but from what we're hearing, he's probably not going to make it. You guys are going to end up having to take it, and so on and so forth. Proctor calls him back and says, no, we're not going to come and take it. So since Proctor was the one who, quote unquote, took the call, he is the one that it's now his case. He's in charge because he is the original person who got the call that morning. So no matter what, it's his case. If the call came in at 6:59, it's still his case. Because the call was given to him. It was his. That's what he's trying to say. Do I agree with that? No. I mean, obviously I don't. But that's what Buchanan was trying to point out. Like, he got the call, it's his case. Let's see, photos of them. Okay, so they go through that. We went to Dighton. So they went to Karen Reed's parents' house to seize the vehicle. They waited for uniformed officers from Dighton to come out there, and he said that he did see the taillight, but the snow was compacted on the taillight. You could tell that part of it was missing because of the snow being like impacted in it, and he compared it to the left taillight and saw no one touch the SUV when he was there. He didn't touch the SUV. He didn't see anybody else touch the SUV. This is when I wonder if Karen's talking about like Proctor wasn't there, like inside of her house or something like that. There's something about Proctor that she brings up to her parents when she's mouthing stuff, and I can't quite figure out where Proctor. She says no Proctor ever. I where was no Proctor ever? I couldn't figure that part out. Maybe you guys know. Hold on, my mother's texting me. Hot potato covered in battery acid. Where was I? Oh, they go into Karen's house, or Karen's parents' house, and Karen's on the couch with the laptop on her lap. They talked with her. He says we talked to her, we were very courteous because we knew that she had just lost her boyfriend. And her parents were present at the time. So they were asking questions, and so Karen said that they had gotten in an argument that day about what food the kids should be eating. It's so dumb. Then they talk about CF McCarthy's. Boys are drinking beer. She was drinking vodka. She said she did not take a drink with her to Waterfall, which we know ends up not being true because there's surveillance of her leaving CF McCarthy's with a drink in her hand while she's heading over to Waterfall. She saw no injuries on Jonathan. This is still during their conversation in the house. She saw no injuries on Jonathan Barr, saw no altercation with John or anyone. Said she went to Fairview, dropped John off, and did not see him enter the house, and she made a 3-point turn to leave. When asked about how she knew about damage to her vehicle, she said, "I don't know. It happened last night." And he uses quotes, that's quote unquote. Like she said, quote, "I don't know. It happened last night," unquote. They got phone numbers of people John was with at CF McCarthy's. She didn't go to the Alberts because she was having stomach issues, she said. She said that when she woke up, she couldn't find John, so she went to look for him, found him in the snow. She tried CPR. John was bleeding from his nose and mouth, and both of his eyes were swollen. A little bit contradictory to other things we've heard where others testify that only one eye was swollen, including one of the paramedics. Yeah, because he got it by pure chance, quote unquote. Wait, stop. He says on direct they were nice because she lost her boyfriend, but we hear today he called the ME at 10:41 saying she hit him with a glass and it was DV. Yes. Well, this is a lie, too. This is a problem. He lies. He's caught on the stand telling two different stories. Because he says that we knew that she had hit him with the car because we talked to the first responders. That's one of the first things he says today. We knew that there was a possible that she had hit him with the car because we talked to the first responders. Jackson's like, no. I'm talking about your interviews with civilians. Had you interviewed any civilians yet? He says no, which means he had not gone to Jen McCabe's yet. So the first time that he changes he says he talked to first responders, then he calls the ME and says they're looking at it like a domestic violence. Why would he tell her they're looking at it like domestic violence if he talked to the first responders already and figured out that she said she hit him? Because then he changes it to, because then when it's domestic violence and we finally get him to admit that he called the ME, Jackson's like, wait, so what did you go back to the house? Did you go to the house to start talking to the people that were in the house to see if they'd had an altercation with them? And then it becomes like, well, we just followed the evidence and we went and did an interview with a witness who was there that morning with Karen. And she said XYZ. And now it changes to a car hit him. So the person who actually changed Bukaki's mind is Jen McCabe, not a first responder. And he testifies to that if you put the pieces together. Both eyes were puffy and dark, yeah, Kelt. But I think that the testimony from two other witnesses was just the right eye. One paramedic said that at least, and then Carrie said that. So he gets caught lying on the stand about what he thought and when, because he does not want to say that he thought it was domestic violence. Because then where the hell did he get that information from? Why did he think it was some type of altercation? And if he did think it was some type of physical altercation, then why did he not go interview? Why did they not go straight to the scene to interview those people? And then how does he know to go and interview Jen McCabe? How does he know to go to Jen McCabe's house? Or he calls her first. How does he know to go there first? Do you think Kay was disoriented, being in shock, then out in cold herself? Yes, I do, which is why she thinks the blood on her freaking hands is that she started her period. Like she's obviously had her period for many years. She knows that she doesn't have it on her hands. She's obviously she's a disaster. MS really affects circulation all over, including brain. JM knows this too. I think she was confusing Kay on purpose. Well, I also think that she was confused. I think it was fucking hectic. And anybody who sits here and thinks like they all remember all of these details, think about how crazy that would be, that the three of you are, it's dark, it's a snowstorm, you're looking for your boyfriend, you come across him laying in the snow, you have no idea how the hell he got there. I mean, just like if you think of the chaos just surrounding that, I mean, I can't tell you the conversation I had calmly this morning with any of my kids. You know what I mean? Like, I would not be able to tell you that verbatim. It's fucking chaos. It's chaos. So for them to sit here and definitively say this is exactly what was said and exactly what happened, I don't believe any of them. I don't believe any of them. Maybe the initial statement that's made, like when she calls, like, I can't find John, or the repetitive, Jen, 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 Jen. If anyone wants the article, let me know your emails. Okay. Well, you sent it to me. It is from 1996, but still, it's about Ellie canine dog bites. Ooh. And well, we know, too, that Jen tries to blame Karen for the reason that they're going back to Fairview. Well, no, Karen didn't even remember Fairview. She went back to Waterfall. And she's like, we only went back there because that's where Karen wanted to go. And it's like, no, you and your husband are the ones who made her go there, because she didn't even know to go there. But supposedly the Commonwealth is going to show us that she went there before she went to Jen McCabe's house. Nah, I won't believe it. Right. I think it's possible. I think it's possible that she thought maybe she did. The one thing I don't believe is that she called Carrie and was like, he was hit by a plow. If that comes up in like the conversation of like, what if he tried to walk home, because she thinks she left him at the waterfall. What if he tried to walk home? What if he was hit by a plow because he's trying to walk home in the middle of a snowstorm because they know that there's plows coming through in the middle of the night? She's thinking not like, oh my gosh, John's dead and he was hit by a plow. I don't believe it. Hi, Julie. Jen McCabe was only one not being hectic in her Google search. I think Jen told KR from first call, you may have hit him. Probably told her multiple times. I don't put anything past her. Like I said, she is one of my top two that I do not believe and do not care for in this entire situation. And I'll say it like I always say, like, she could be a great mom. She might be a great wife, but I would not want to be friends with Jennifer McCabe in this life or the next, because I would not trust her ever. This case is calling me. Well, this case is almost done, so it's probably a good one to kind of pay attention to. At least you won't have Julie. You won't have 7 years of hell. Just a few more weeks. They knew he was dead at 2:27. Everything else is bullshit. That's true. I can't remember, how did the calls go? Jen, then Carrie, then Jen again, or which way? I think it was Jen and then Carrie, and then Jen again, and then Carrie again. I think it was back and forth. Not anymore. She's a stay-at-home mom. She used to be a 5th grade teacher or something like that in elementary school. I don't remember, but I don't even know what the point of that was. All right, let's see. They ended up taking her phone. They take her vehicle. The tow truck comes. They don't discuss the discrepancy in the reports yet. I don't know if Jackson's going to get to that later, but because he's kind of going through certain things, at a time. But we do know that Proctor tried to say that he didn't tow the car until like an hour later. And then it comes out that there was actually footage from Karen Reed's parents' house that had a timestamp of when the car was actually towed. So they play these videos from her parents' house, and the first one is when Karen and her dad arrive at the house at 2:11 p.m. They get out of the car. It's cut off at the top, so it's kind of hard to exactly tell. You can tell they're both walking to the back of the car. I'm not sure how much relevance this is really going to have, since we know that she already knew by then that she had cracked her taillight. So them going to look at it isn't really that big of a deal, in my opinion. I don't know how much weight that the jury's going to put on that, but who really cares if they went to look at it? They know it's cracked. It's not like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Shoot, they could have replaced it right then, and then there wouldn't have been an issue, right? If she knew she had hit him. Then the next video clip is the tow truck driver who arrives at 4:12. So they show the video of the SUV being transported to Canton PD. Oh, the SUV gets transported to Canton PD because it's a heated garage and it's large enough to house the SUV. I wondered if there would be questioning by Jackson that we haven't heard yet, along the lines of how many state facilities did you pass that could have housed or kept this SUV that you chose to not go there. I'm wondering if that's going to come up on cross, because we're in the middle of cross right now. So yeah, a heated garage with a bunch of snow in it. The missing video during the garage and the fact the officers inserted themselves after there was an announced conflict, if interested. Yes, they were conflicted out, and yet they're still going there for interviews. And they're like, we only said we weren't going to participate in the interviews. Okay, 5 minutes later, let's go to the house for an interview with Jen McCabe because she called us. That's so stupid. Oh, we're not gonna have anything to do with the investigation. Oh, guess what? CERT team's coming out to look for evidence. We're gonna go out there. Let's go in plain clothes, everybody. Plain clothes. They won't know it's us. Yeah, cracked taillight is not an issue until you need to get a car inspection. Well, the cracked taillight always, it's a hilarious point to me when it comes to like Matt McCabe, who was like, I don't want my wife out driving in a snowstorm with somebody who has a cracked taillight. But he's like, it's okay if we're all drunk and we drive around and our kids drive around drunk, and well, they're actually more responsible than we are, but we all drive drunk in snowstorms. But no, taillights, that's beyond, crosses the line. Let's see. So they left Dighton around 4:15, 4:20. Now we're talking about the cameras in the Sallyport. The video from the front of the Canton PD of the tow truck with Yuri and Proctor following behind it at 5:31 p.m. The video inside the Sallyport is at 5:36. This is also interesting. Why did it take 5 minutes to get around there? But is that maybe they're taking it off the tow truck? Probably. I think I answered my own question. And then they go. Objection sidebar. This is when Karen's like looking at her dad like, we don't have that, and says it's on the left, not the right. There's something like there's definitely a kerfuffle happening in the courtroom at that time. So they sidebar, and then they have the jury leave, and then they have Buchanan leave. They show this video. He says he recognizes himself in Proctor. The video shows officers taping off the SUV with the crime scene tape. The warrant is executed on February 1st for the vehicle. He was not there, but Proctor was. That's the day that Maureen Hartnett shows up and does the things that she does. He wasn't there that day. This is something that's also an interesting thing. If you are somebody who goes back and watches any of the testimony, listen to what he says here. So he says that the SUV is then moved to Milton Barracks. And then when he's asked why was it moved to Milton Barracks, he tells Lolly that it was moved because one of the reasons, he has multiple reasons, but one of the reasons is because Canton had been conflicted out of the case, so they weren't going to house it there anymore. But then today on cross, he's arguing with Jackson repeatedly about the fact that they're only conflicted out of doing interviews. Bullshit. There's no conflicted out of interviews. You're either conflicted or you're not. You're in the case or you're not in the case. They were conflicted and not in the case. That's the bottom line. Anything that they did after that to be involved is problematic. So, but he once again lies because he says it was moved to Milton Barracks because Canton police had been conflicted out. So that one was an issue for me. Okay, so they show the video from the Sallyport, which is February 2nd. It's not the same day, and I think a lot of people have that confused too. That's not the day. That's not the 29th. That dark video is from February 2nd, when he goes in there because they're moving the car out, and it's at 8:09 a.m. He says the taillight has already been removed. It's gone because remember, Hartnett took it on the 1st, the day before. He said the evidence was collected, the snow had melted, and all was well. So that dark video that they show is not from the 29th. It's from February 2nd. Now they go to talking about the cameras at John's house. There's a lot of objections with Yuri being the one to bring these videos into evidence. We talked about this earlier, but the biggest part about that is that evidence needs to be coming in through Proctor. They're using a loophole with the fact that one, Buchanan is his supervisor, and two, it's like a group policing. It takes all of these people. This is a team. They're a team of people who are working together to collect all of this evidence. And since he's obviously the boss, he can testify to these certain things. The defense does not want that because they see the trick here of what Lolly's trying to do. They're not stupid, obviously, and they know that he's trying to get all of this evidence in through Yuri so that they don't call Proctor. And he's like, no, I'm going to object anytime that the ring stuff is brought up. Ultimately, she lets him have it as long as Lolly. It's like community. Yeah, it's essentially what it is. That's not the right word, but I know exactly what I can't think of the word though. Just have the mayor. Have the mayor come in and testify. Yeah, fuck it. Just have Morrissey come in. He knows everything. Or you could do a YouTube video about it. So that's, in my opinion, I think that's where all the objections are coming from. So they go through the first video, which is prior to the blizzard. They show that Karen knows how to back out of the garage and not hit John's Traverse. It was the stupidest thing to me. Many people are speculating that they're trying to say that Karen knew she hit John, knew her taillight was broken, so she purposely backs out of the garage and hits John's Traverse. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's what the Commonwealth is going to try to say. I mean, I don't know why they're showing this. Like, look, she knows how to back out. Well, one, it's light outside. There's no snow. And in my opinion, I think his truck is actually parked further. His Traverse is parked further up in that video. But whatever. She doesn't hit it, and they show the video. The next one is the morning of the 29th with Karen backing out and backing into the Traverse. I think we've all seen that video now probably 100 times. And as she's leaving, they pause it to say the taillight piece is missing. Now, let me grab the pictures I hopefully saved on my computer or my phone, one or the other. That there's two different, here's one of them. There's two different photos. And so the Commonwealth is really using this photo to show that there's this part right here that's white. Saying that this is the taillight is gone because this is white in this video. Now, this is the same video, just a different screenshot of it. There's no white. So same video, just a different, like I said, just a different time of the video. So I don't think it's definitive. Well, that's the same thing that they're doing, Sniper. They're trying to say that she intentionally hit John. She was drunker when she hit John. So same, like I said, same video. So I have a problem with one. It looks like it has a white spot. The other one doesn't. So I think that one's going to use the one part. Like we watched Alan Jackson when he was leaving court today, and what does he say? He's like, well, we see it. We have the video at 5:07 that shows that her taillight is intact. And then you have that same video that the Commonwealth is saying, look, you can see there's a white spot there, and it's cracked. It's broken. It's missing. I don't know. That's the argument on social media, too, between the people who support the Commonwealth versus the people who support the defense team. It's like, her taillight was broken. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. It's like that video. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, the third video is at 12:30 on the 29th when Karen and her dad arrive at John's. Karen gets in her SUV before she goes into the house. Video 4 is Karen's brother wiping snow off of his car. Video 5 is Karen's dad getting in the driver's seat of Karen's SUV, and the brother is cleaning off Karen's car. He does not see him clean off anything by the back tail light. This, to me, again, they're showing that when Karen and her dad arrive, you can see them looking, especially Karen looking at that tail light. She's looking right at it when she gets out of the car and when she's walking into the house. And then when the brother is cleaning off, he's like avoiding it. So I think they're trying to show like that they all knew the tail light was broken because she hit John. But if she already knew her tail light was cracked from 5:07, then of course she's still going to look at it. It's the same thing that we talked about with the video at her dad's house. It's still photos of the video they just watched. Okay, so he says that Trooper Keefe and himself went to CF McCarthy's to get the video and the receipts. They went there on February 1st. So he goes to CF McCarthy's and to Waterfall on February 1st before he ever goes to the scene of the incident. Can anybody explain that to me? This is a very narrow, one-track investigation. From the get-go, he's blaming it on DV. And as soon as he's like, oh, it's not DV, because now here you got the medical examiner saying, no, I don't think it's DV. He immediately changes it to Jen McCabe's story of, she said, I hit him. That she doesn't actually say for another 2 years. And it's not written in anybody's reports at all. So he now changes his mind to that this must be a vehicle versus pedestrian and that she's at fault. But he doesn't go to the scene of where this happens or supposedly happens or allegedly happens until February 3rd. But he will go and find out how many drinks she had first. They planned on it. Hey, Bill, you have to look at the pic of the taillight before removal by Ellie. Almost all red plastic is missing. At 5:08 video, the red plastic is intact. I kind of agree with Susan here. Like, no matter which way, even if it is missing something, it's definitely not missing everything. Yeah, I know, Julie. That's where I'm at with this. Well, first he tries to say that he thinks that she threw a cocktail glass at his face. If we trust Celebrite, I do. No taillight, hair, or Tito's tall drinks matter. Because at 2:27, Jen McCabe knew John was out in the cold. That you ain't wrong, Patty. You ain't wrong. If that is accurate information, no matter how many drinks she had, no matter how many times she drove drunk, no matter how many pieces of a taillight are found, why would it matter if Jen McCabe was already Google searching how long to die in the cold at 2:27 in the morning? And now we have more with the fact that no DNA or tissue, no blood, no tissue, no nothing is found on any part of the SUV. No blood, no nothing. And we know that his cause of death is hypothermia with blunt force trauma. So frustrating to me. It just, none of it makes sense. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, you can't, like, if these were all puzzle pieces and you sat them down at the table to try to build a puzzle that came out looking like any fucking thing, it would not, this would not, none of this shit fits together at all. So now they're going through the videos of John when he arrives at CF McCarthy's, and it said that the video is 12 minutes off. I want to know if any of you guys caught this. I was going to go back and listen, but obviously I have not had a chance to do that. But you guys tell me if you caught this. So they're going through the videos, and it's all like in sections, like go to this time, play it to this time, which is normal, like for trial. So they go through the drinks. So here's one drink. So it's the tall cylinder glass of vodka and soda. And then they go through the next one, 2 drinks. The third one is a shot that she gets and she pours it into the tall glass. Fourth, another shot that she gets and she pours it into the next drink. 5, he says, is a drink and a shot. I do not see, I slowed this down and everything. I did not see her get a shot here. I do not see a shot here. So he says 7 is a shot, and the guys are also taking a shot. She doesn't take the shot. She takes her shot, the round, and she pours hers into her tall glass. After this comes up, Lolly asks him, like, how many drinks is that? Yuri says that was drink 6. This shot, this round here is drink 6. But that doesn't make sense if 5 and 6 was here. Did anybody else see, like, hear that when they were going through these drinks? I was like, wait a minute, did he just miscount all the drinks? And what does that actually do? So 7 was this round. Now Yuri's calling it 6. 8 is a drink that she takes out the door with her. But Yuri calls this 7. So then they go to CF McCarthy's, and she does get a new drink there, which they know is a new drink. And here's the thing. They know is a new drink because it's in the short glass now. It's not a tall cylinder. It's in a short cocktail glass. That is the drink that supposedly John O'Keefe leaves with. So that means she didn't actually drink it. So he's calling this would be drink number 9 that she gets when she's at Waterfall. So they leave, and he's saying it's 7 drinks, which Lolly is saying is 8 drinks. They had to have had something, or he had like an epiphany, like, oh shit, I messed up somewhere, because this should have been drink 9, but Yuri's calling it drink 8 until he comes back today and finishes direct, and now he's saying that she had a total of 9 drinks. But she didn't, because this last drink, John's drinking. He's the one taking it with him out of the bar. She's not drinking it. The very interesting part of this is what you worded that wrong, Patty. The very interesting part of this is what, if any, did the McAlberts do in that house, and how, if any, or why, if any reason, is all of the local and state law enforcement and the DA willing to flame themselves for this? There's a bigger story. It's whatever Brian Albert has, and why Brian Albert and Brian Higgins got rid of their fucking phones. That's where I'm at with it. Typically, the bars will have a different type of glass for water, and they were going to go through her receipts, but I don't know how Jackson got those to be. He objected, and then they ended up not going through the receipts. So I thought that was interesting too. And the total of the tabs do not add up. Well, I think they were buying drinks for each other, according to Lolly. I think they're hearsay technically. Well, that's interesting because when they called the bartender from Waterfall, I was like, why aren't we talking to the bartender from CF McCarthy's? And everybody was like, they're going to get those receipts in through Buchanan. I was like, that doesn't make sense. And then they tried to get the receipts in through him. And they were told no. So anyway, I'm at the point where I think that there's 7 drinks, if any. I think it ends at 7 because I don't think there's a shot here. Yuri didn't think there was a shot there either, apparently. Maybe I have to go back and watch it more closely. And then she doesn't finish this 9th drink that he's talking about, 8th, 9th, depending on which way you go. She doesn't finish it because John takes it. So now they go over the videos, videos of John at Waterfall, the videos of when they enter the Waterfall, video of John leaving Waterfall with the cocktail glass. They talk about the receipt of the Waterfall, and I spelled video wrong, of Karen hugging somebody when she goes in, and a video of Karen with a new drink, and that's how he says, I knew she had a new drink because it's the short glass. So today they come back, and this is when he's like, 9 drinks were consumed. But yesterday, that wasn't. The fact that we have to wait until Monday is fucking outrageous. It's the stupidest schedule ever. Like, how do you not just clear your fucking schedule to have this done? I mean, we're only on day 21. But now we're about to head into our 7th week of testimony. I only see 3, and I'm not convinced it's alcohol. I think you'd have to know how CF McCarthy's serves a regular drink. Because a lot of the times at bars I've been to, if you order a soda or a water, it's in a different type of cup or glass than the alcoholic beverages. So you'd have to know how they serve it, I think, to be able to know whether it is or not. I think it's alcohol, but I still don't think she consumed all of that. So I don't know if it really matters. He goes back to the ring cameras again. He must have realized there was questions he wanted to ask about the ring cameras that he didn't ask from John's house. So he's like, the ring cameras are motion activated. Ring doesn't have video of Karen arriving at John's. So this is the part that are missing. There's these videos that are missing from the ring footage. So okay, this is so frustrating to me. Essentially, any video that is missing has to do with the taillight. There's missing footage from the library that she would have driven by, where you would have been able to see whether her taillight was intact or not. That's gone. I mean, there's only so many freaking coincidences here. That's gone. The fact that the video of her arriving back to John's house, where you would see that her taillight was either completely gone or not gone, because it barely started snowing, remember? It wasn't even sticking to the ground hardly at all. That's gone. This narrative that Carrie and Jen McCabe tried to say that, oh, look, yeah, Carrie was showing us how her taillight was broken. And then they play this video and it's not the right video. Well, now that video is also gone. So we don't get to see her pointing out how bad this taillight is to the other women, where they would actually have an opinion that mattered. And then here's a question I have, is that they drive from Dighton back to Canton, how many cameras could they have gotten photos, video, anything from Dighton to Canton to show if her freaking car was, or if her taillight was or was not intact? How much was actually missing? How is there nothing from Canton to Dighton, from Dighton back to Canton, and any other video that's possible to show this taillight? Gone. This doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. So this is also, once again, what I was telling you guys earlier, the ring stuff is important to the defense because that all needs to come in through Proctor according to what they want, how they want it to go. And he's the one who has all the records of everything. So they start kind of bringing it up again. Let's see, Dighton. So they requested some files from Dighton. They asked for documentation for calls of service. They received some CAD notes, and one of the reports, Barrow Scott, I don't even know if I spelled that right. They got the recording of Karen's dad calling 911 when he was worried about her that morning on the 29th. Now, February 3rd, they go to Fairview with Proctor for a secondary search. Mind you, this is their initial search. They've never been to 34 Fairview before to search for anything until February 3rd. So they're going to do this secondary search after O'Hara and his team had gone there and done the grid search with Canton Police Department, paying attention to everything that was going on. Ironic, Canton Police Department's not supposed to be there. Ironic that Canton has the SUV that's missing footage. That's why I'm like, there's no way. You cannot put this together. You cannot put this together and make it make any sense and say that these people are not doing some shady fucking shit. So he requested that his troopers that were coming out there bring tools to dig through the snow. The snow was already melting. He's looking for John's hat. The crime scene techs from MSP show up to bag and tag the evidence. They did find the hat. They found a black straw. They found some colored plastic near the flagpole. They go through photos of the items found on the 3rd, which is the plastic pieces, the black straw, the circular piece of plastic. Can anybody tell me what the heck that is? Give me a second. I have somebody crying. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, has been disclosed how they knew KR was at her parents' house. I don't think they ever said where that info came from. I don't think they did either, Sniper. Mika, you think it's just litter? If you think if it's just litter, why didn't they just let it come into evidence then? Like, if it doesn't have anything to do with anything, I don't know why would they even be presenting it? Like, why would Lolly want this in instead of just leaving it out with all the other crap? I don't know. I was trying to figure out what the heck this was. Or John's family says something. Because, I mean, she does go to the house and she's with her dad. So maybe she told them that she was going to go there. I don't know. All right, you got me there. I have no counter to that. But I was like, what is this weird piece of plastic? Like, it's a circular thing, and they talk about it multiple times, but nobody can really actually say what it is or actually bring it into evidence. So the photos of the items, the 3rd plastic, the circular piece of plastic, and then the hat, which was compacted under the snow. So the hat was near the flagpole, but yet the guys the morning of the 29th could not find it with their snow blowers and everything else. In my opinion, high twist, by the way, completely exposed the incompetence, but yet to show care. Yeah, I mean, this is bad. And it was, like I said before, it was just the state. It was just the city of Canton. Now it's like the whole damn state of Massachusetts. That's freaking scary. Looks like a microwave frozen dinner dish. Dropped it in the Facebook chat. Okay. So So they do find the hat, and then February 4th, they go back to Fairview, and he says, this is the dumbest shit ever. He says that he essentially just tells the troopers and the nearby like PDs, like, just to keep an eye out, like to drive by it if you can, drive by the house, and you know, if the weather is subsiding and the snow is melting, you know, you may start to find some other evidence, and if you do, then we'll bag it and tag it. That is not, you cannot. This is so frustrating. You don't process crime scenes like that. This is when we talked about before the trial about all the unauthorized searches, is that they're just driving by and finding random pieces of whatever the fuck they're finding. You cannot, that's not how you process a crime scene. If he actually wanted to go out there when the weather was better and the snow was melting, then you set a time like, okay, me, you, crime scene techs, we're going to go out there and do an actual secondary search now that the weather permits or that the snow is melting, and so that we can process the crime scene under different conditions. Why they think they can just drive by and pick up fucking evidence whenever they want to is the craziest shit to me. You can't do that. But yet they do it multiple times. All the most honest people on the planet have. That's what I'm like. They need some crime scene tech people, or their policies and procedures or standard operating procedures are way out of line with this. That these troopers can just do whatever the hell they want. They just drive by. It's like, hey. Canton, so he refuses to say, so he says he's just driving by. He's just going to drive by because he's on his way to work. Like, how many of these fucking troopers live in Canton to just drive by Fairview? Like, that's my question. Like, how many people do you have that physically actually could make this something that they could do? That they could drive there on their way or on their way back or whatever. How many people live there that have the ability to do this? That's my number one question, because that's even scarier if you've got that many people alongside with these Canton PD folk. Now you got even more tight-knit shit. But how weird is it that he refuses to say why he ends up there on the 4th? He's like, I'm just driving by. I was just driving by, or I was going to drive by, but then I got a call and was told that Canton PD was there, who's not supposed to be there, that Canton PD was there, and they had found more plastic because Berkowitz, the chief of police, happened to drive by and spot this random piece of plastic. Now, what? He won't say it's Berkowitz, though. He just says Canton PD. Hi, Queen. This was, yeah, it was that kind of, I know. I used the Men in Black little things, like, nope, nothing to see here. Sorry, you must forget all of this now. Collection, they go over the collection process and how do you collect evidence. He goes back to Fairview on the 10th, and there's more plastic. Just more drive-bys. Other days he wasn't there, but troopers he supervised were, which was January 29th, February 8th, February 11th, February 18th. He was never at the scene alone. He was always there with other troopers except for the 4th. On the 4th, he was there alone, but with Canton PD. He didn't have any other troopers with him. They go through the box of evidence that's containing all the bags of plastic and the items found in the searches, and then they take the hat out to show it to the jury. It goes back over the fact that there's no ring of... Oh, a third video that's missing. He has a lot of questions about this ring, because I think that he forgot to ask all these questions about the ring stuff because he wasn't even planning on asking Buchanan about the ring, because he was reserving that stuff for Proctor, but he was trying to be sneaky and get it in. So he's like, ask about the ring, and then forgets a bunch of stuff, comes back today, asks more about the ring, forgets a bunch of stuff, and now goes back down to talk more about the ring camera. So there's no video on the ring of Carrie, Jen, and Karen leaving John's house to search for him, which is the same one that's up here. So not sure why he has to bring that up again. Lolly is weird. Julie, I accidentally hid you, but I unhid you. I fixed it. It's like peekaboo. It's like peekaboo in the chat. Proctor and himself met with Higgins on February 3rd, and Higgins gave them the extraction of John and Karen's messages. I found this interesting too, because Yuri tells him, well, it's fine, we have their phones, we're going to get all this data anyway. So, like, is there stuff that is actually gone from Higgins regarding Karen or John, and they actually get it from John and Karen's phone? They're never alone. They're like, we're together all the time. So he's not there alone, but is anybody else there alone? Berkowitz was. He was there alone. And why don't, this is another thing that irritates me, why don't the Alberts find anything? Like, if anybody was going to find something in your own front yard, why wouldn't it be somebody who actually lives in the damn house? Like, they intentionally can't find anything. So my thought is, all these unauthorized collections, I'm wondering how many of them are actually coming from the Alberts seeing shit in their own yard. But they're trying to avoid it, just like they tried to avoid going out there when John was out there dying. Proctor and himself met with Nicole Albert at the Alberts residence. Brian Albert was also in the room. This was on February 3rd. On June 9th, he met with Karen, and there's an audio recording. This, I don't think I actually wrote it verbatim, but this is dumb, because why in the world would Lolly put into evidence about Brian and Colin Albert? Like, you were aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. Like, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is cracked and John's head is pulverized. Why would they let that come in? I mean, why would he want that to come in? It is, it's video, but they only play the audio. Why was he at the desk? Yeah? You'd think old Maddie McCabe would see all that while driving by. Just saying. Yeah. Well, he's too busy paying attention to the Asian house and what's going on out there. Maddie McCabe should have taken some pictures, and then maybe he would have caught some of the evidence that was still out there. Then there's the Lolly's like trying to get him to say like what happened after, which is dumb because there was only this. He could have easily just played that. This is what they went back and forth in a pretrial hearing, and he says, "No, I just like this the whole thing. I just want to play that." And then the Judge Bev was like, "Okay, you can do audio of a clip, but you can't do the video." So why doesn't, if he wants him to say like Yuri asked her not to speak, like, you shouldn't speak. Should this have ever gone to trial? No, I do not think so. I do not think so at all. I think this is a ginormous waste of taxpayer money. All they've done is proven that all of these people go out and drink a shit ton and drive. But the only one they want to sit there and count drinks for is Karen. Like, I would love to sit there and count all the drinks for everybody else that drove home. Let's count how many drinks Brian Albert had. Let's count how many drinks Brian Higgins had. On January, so this is something I don't think a lot of people caught the date that this happened, because people were like, oh, you know, they typically have them take their DNA for, you know, to rule them out and whatever. He's testifying, and I don't know, another weird thing, why Lolly puts this in as the last thing that he's asking him about on direct. It was very odd to me, but this was January of 2024. January 16th of 2024, he and Proctor met with Sergeant Galerny to collect their DNA. They gave it voluntarily. He was present when Proctor gave his too. The sergeant took the samples with him when he left. So like people were like, oh, this is in January to like rule out like whether, you know, this is common. Because if, you know, if it happens to get, there was a little bit of, you know, their DNA happened to get on something, it excludes them. They gave their DNA this year. They proved it snowed and Karen loved John and that people like to drink and drive. They took it Alberts. Because the Alberts finding something makes a tiny bit of sense, and that is not Lolly's MO. It'll all be over Monday, though. No jury, no defense, putting on their case. You think that it'll be over Monday? With the rest of his cross-examination? You think they'll end it there? I don't. I think they have another 7 days. Criminality, but what this trial does do is ensure no one else would ever be charged because this is third-party defense now, again, helping shield McAlbert's. Funny how that works. Well, there would be too much reasonable doubt with the McAlberts unless you end up with more evidence or you actually wanted to investigate them, which they didn't. They didn't. So they would never want to charge him anyway. Like I said, it was just a weird thing to end on. Like, why did you want the jury to know that in January of 2024 they gave their DNA? It's proven Julie Albert likes to watch adult films of a certain nature. I don't know about that. I think it's proven that Julie Albert likes to listen to Turtle Boy. There are people that think after today either Bev's shutting it down or the defense asked that the charges get dismissed. I don't think the defense is going to ask until Lolly rests, and then they will. I don't think they're going to ask now, and I don't think she's not going to just be like, nope, okay, you're done. All right, so do you guys want to go through? You guys want to go through cross, or do you want to let it finish and then go through cross? I think we went through a lot of it anyway. They go through. We could just touch it. We'll just do it because we've already touched on so much of it as it is. The rig footage, the search warrant, all Proctor, and he shows Buchanan a log that was, or an email that says the logs were provided, and he says he doesn't know that. He's never seen the logs. But Ring says they provided him. So that's going to be interesting. He makes a smart ass comment. Jackson gives him this document to review, and he's like, I've never seen that document, so I just sat here and read it. So no, it doesn't refresh anything. He does say that nothing provided by Ring suggested or proved that Karen deleted any videos. So that was good. January 29th at 6:40 a.m., male party in Snow Bank that was with a possible heart attack was what he was first told. He doesn't recall when he learned that he was a Boston cop. Proctor was on call from 7 to 7. We talked about that and why I think he ended up with it. I have suspicions that it's because they wanted Proctor on it, but you know, according to testimony, that's what he said. You'd have to go through their standard operating procedures and see if that's common or not. Neither him or Proctor went to Fairview. The initial understanding was that Karen said she hit him due to interviewing first responders. This is what I was telling you. This is where he literally just straight up lies. The initial understanding was that Karen said she hit him, and he got this information due to interviewing the first responders, not civilian witnesses. He contacts the hospital to tell them that John had been hit in the face with a cocktail glass. He said he doesn't recall that. So he plays a lot of games here. So they review the doc that he contacted the hospital. He says he never spoke to the hospital. Then finally it comes out, did you talk to any medical person? He's like, oh yeah, I talked to the medical examiner. He communicated his suspicions that there was a physical altercation, and the investigation progressed. We follow the evidence, so we went to interview Jennifer McCabe, who was a witness that morning. Not a witness to him being hit in the face with a cocktail glass or any type of domestic violence. So they just decided to go interview Jennifer McCabe instead of going to the house that his body was found at. They still don't go to that fucking house. They will not go to the scene. They will not go to the house. You're the head. You have a lead investigator who they call a case leader. I don't even know what the hell they call him. He's the fucking lead investigator, and his boss Buchanan, and neither one of them are out there when the initial evidence searches are happening that night. You're going to try to solve a case and you don't go to the fucking crime scene? You're not solving shit. That is such an issue for me. So then he says they went to Jen McCabe's after he has this conversation with the medical examiner. They don't go to the scene. And then he makes a smart ass comment, like he's like, you didn't go to the scene, but do you know how to? You didn't secure the home. Do you know how to secure the home? He's like, that's a compound question. Which one do you want me to answer? No, I want you to answer both. So, never had anyone process the house. He never has anyone take pictures of the house. Never, nothing with the house. Nothing. He says there's an altercation, yet you interview no one at the police station. So he's just interviewing people in their homes, doesn't care, doesn't go to the scene. Says they collected the clothing at the hospital. They laid it out on butcher paper at the office. After driving it around, he stored it in his pickup truck. So essentially, they collect this when they're at the hospital that morning. Then they go all over the place. They go to Dighton. They go to Jen McCabe's. They go to Dighton. They go all these other places, and they bring the SUV back to the Sallyport, and then they decide to do something with the clothing. And they're like, it was all wet, so we just let it stew in our car in my truck, and then we went and laid it all out so it could dry. He doesn't know who laid out the clothes. He says they were secured in the DA's office. The troopers would have had access to the clothing. The evidence bags, he did not personally bag the clothes after they dried out. Proctor's name on the bag of the orange shirt and gray long sleeve shirt. So the sweatshirt was in an item with other bags. He didn't bag them. He wasn't present. The label maker says they were bagged on the 4th, but he doesn't know. He wasn't there. Hence why Proctor needs to testify, because he is the one that was there. 6 days later, put into processing. He doesn't know the way they processed. To the best of his knowledge, the items were just drying on the table and then bagged up. He said that Proctor would have access. He doesn't know that the items were not logged. He says they were put into the reports. And Jackson's like, but you never logged them. They're not on the evidence logs. He's like, no, it's documented in the reports. And he's like, but that's not a log. That's not an evidence log. You have to actually fill out an evidence log. Another like crime scene 101. You have to have an evidence log that tracks the evidence everywhere it goes and everybody who's touching it and everybody who's doing anything with it. You have to have an evidence log. Oh, it was documented in the report. That's all that matters. Well, he's like, okay, so you documented these reports. Do you realize that you didn't actually write a report when you went to Fairview? You didn't take any photos of anything? The first time there was a report was in November of 2023. Oh, I don't remember that. Okay, so here's some more documents for you to refresh your memory. And the February 4th, February 10th reports, they're actually November 2023. They have the date of November 2023 on them. February 4th, Berkowitz. So now he's actually calling him out. Like, oh, Berkowitz was the one who actually found this piece on the 4th. Like, he's making sure, like, you're not going to get away with just saying Canton PD. And he's like, no, I didn't coordinate with him. I was going to drive by to see if there's more evidence. But I got a call that some was found, so I just headed there anyway. Hi, ATS. He's like, were you aware that Canton PD had recused themselves, or they were conflicted out? And he's like, I knew that they were not going to do any interviews. I thought it was just the interviews. He knew that they were conflicted because of Kevin Albert, though. But he just thought it was the interviews. This is the other lie that I'm telling you, because he said the reason that the SUV, one of the reasons that the SUV was moved from Canton to Milton was because Canton was conflicted out of the investigation. But now he's like, nope, it's just the interviews. No, you're lying. So Jackson's like, you didn't find it like suspicious that the chief of police of police department that was conflicted is out there at the crime scene finding evidence? And he's like, no, I didn't find that suspect at all. Like, I wasn't suspicious. You know, all these people are just going to drive by. Like, we're just going to drive by the house. Drive by. On February 10th, he was just going to drive by to see if the snow had melted and if there was any other evidence that was presenting itself. He went back to the scene. They searched, collected evidence. He never calls the CERT team back. He says they had collected so much already, they didn't think it was necessary. Evidence found in the vicinity. They argue about the word vicinity. And Jackson's like, we can do this all day, I guess. Like, what is the vicinity? This wouldn't be a question if they'd actually mapped out where every single piece of evidence was found. Like you're supposed to do. Just have a little red dot, little white dot, little red dot, little white dot, you know, here, and then number them all. This is when they're found. And then you have like a key showing, okay, these are found by this person at this time, this date, this is the number. Oh, so dumb. So they keep talking about vicinity, and Buchanan is just like, the vicinity is the same area. And Jackson's like, well, there's stuff over to the right of the flagpole, all the way over to the fire hydrant. Like, how do I know which one's found where? He's like, it was just the same. It was the same vicinity. He says the hat was found to the right of the flagpole. The plastic was over by the fire hydrant. Items were not GPS located. There's no way to memorialize when, where, and who found any of the items. On February 10th, there's an evidence bag photo with Buchanan's name that he's saying he did not write. And Jackson's like, well, is that Proctor's handwriting? He's like, I don't know Proctor's handwriting. And it's like, you've known Proctor since 2019 and you're his supervisor and you don't know what his handwriting looks like? And he's like, I can't testify to that. I don't know whose handwriting that is. Well, why isn't it yours? Why does it have your name on it and it's not your handwriting? Can we just ask the simple question? He was not aware that the evidence didn't go to the crime lab until March 14th. Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that he did not know the evidence did not arrive to the crime lab until March 14th? He says he didn't write any reports because he knew it would be documented by somebody at some point. They go back over this general vicinity of other items that were collected. He likes the word vicinity. There was a perfect opportunity. Oh, shit. I was going to try to remember this too. But Jackson was questioning him about like how close something was to something else. I think it has to do with the Sallyport. And he was like, so like, would this be over here or over here? Or, and I was like, come on, Jackson, do it. Would this be in the vicinity? Tell him. Ask him the damn question. Would this be in the vicinity? I was waiting for it, and he didn't do it. Who was in possession of the items? He says he did not have possession of them. They start talking about the ring video of Karen's car hitting John's. They play this video. He does not want to admit that you can see that tire hitting, or the car hitting and the tire moving. He does not want to. He's like, that video speaks for itself. Yes, it appears there's movement. He finally gives into, but he's like, I don't know, the video speaks for itself. He met with Lolly about 2 weeks ago to prepare. This is all about these videos. Like what video did you watch? I don't remember what video I watched. You can remember the license plate number to Karen's car and the time that you got a phone call on January 29th of 2022, but you cannot remember what video you watched 2 weeks ago. Another thing, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Buchanan. I do not believe you. So he met with Ollie 2 weeks ago to prepare. He did watch a video. He's not sure which one. He did watch some on his own. This is the back and forth because it's like, I don't know what video I watched. Did I watch a video? Did you watch this video? Did you watch that? I don't know. I don't remember what I did. He is a rehearsed liar. Julie, that is perfect. He is. I literally said it's like he went and sat on a stage and after he practiced his lines. Like, I bet he has a printout of the questions and answers that he's been studying for 2 weeks. Like, that's how much I guarantee that this guy's a fucking liar. So it says, does anybody touch the vehicle? He says he never touched the vehicle. Was anybody in the area of the right passenger side? Not that he's aware of. He refuses to say, like with the Sallyport video, like who's who and what's what. And he's like, I was wearing this hat, and Proctor was wearing a snow cap. I can't really tell which one's what. They talk about the video of the Sallyport being inverted. He says he's not sure why, but that is how he received it. So he knew when that played yesterday that that was an inverted video, and he doesn't mention it. Lolly doesn't mention it. He said, Jackson says, if Lolly never asked you about the video being inverted, the jury wouldn't know if I hadn't actually said something about it today. And then that's objected to and sustained. There is a person standing near the passenger rear. Yuri doesn't know how far the guy is. I wrote it down. See, I'm so good. How far the guy is. They keep going back and forth on this, and I'm like, just fucking ask him, Jackson. Ask him if the guy is in the vicinity. Ask him if the guy is in the vicinity of the taillight. Just do it. Do it. He didn't do it. Then they talk about this disappearing guy. He's like, I don't really know. I can't really tell what's happening. The guy's just there, and then he's not there. And then we get into the very end of the day about the thumb drive. And I think I explained kind of my thoughts on this. I just think that Judge Bev was like, we're done for the day. This is too big of a piece to try to maneuver around and figure out with like 5 minutes left. So we're just going to call it, and we'll figure it out on Monday. I think that the thumb drive will be fine. I think that Lolly just doesn't know what that thumb drive in particular is. Alan Jackson wasn't allowed to say it out loud. They have to play part of it to get the whole, is this a fair and accurate representation of this phone call, this video, these pictures, anything along those lines. And she didn't want to get into that. She did not want to start dealing with that 5 minutes before the end of the day. So they go to sidebar, and then they end it, and then they have this motion that Lolly had put in this morning. Judge Bev says, I want to go read it. Give me like 15 minutes. I'll be back. Jackson's like, I haven't read it. We have no idea what it even is yet. And they determine they're going to come back Monday at 8:30 to argue their sides of whatever they feel should happen with this this motion that we read through already. So I don't need to read through that. Hi, LFT. They were huddled up around that passenger taillight like waterfall high table. I know. That's so true. Oh, yeah, he couldn't see the timestamp. Couldn't see that the timestamp was jumping around. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have been able to see the timestamp from there either. I put a magnifying glass on my own video. So that's where we ended at. I think this guy is I think he's a bit of a manipulator. I'm hoping that the jury sees it especially after that whole medical examiner thing, where it was like you knew exactly what he was asking you, and you tried to like maneuver around it instead of just saying, no, that wasn't the hospital, that was the medical examiner. And he's like, I just tried to answer your questions honestly. No, you didn't. You were like, you're a fucking idiot, Jackson. You're not going to ask me the right question. I'm not going to give you the right answer because you're a cocky son of a bitch. That's how I feel about him, and it is what it is. Both sides did not want this to go to trial, yet feds have an agenda, in my opinion. I will be very curious what ends up happening with that federal investigation and where it takes us, and who in this ends up with some repercussions. Yeah, she's so pissed. She's like, I'm hot, Lolly. You need to shut up so I don't have to turn the air off. Or, you need to talk louder. You need to shut up. That was Freudian slip, I think. And I'm like, Lolly, just shut up. Yeah, his damn smug face and laughing at the defense and being beyond a cocky asshole. He and Jen McCabe would make an amazing couple. She wouldn't like him. She would not be able to control him like Matt. Matt's a little whipping boy. Like, go over there and take pictures. Go over and drive by the house and tell us what you see. Ooh, me too, Susan. You know, I bet that Turtle Boy has the scoop on that. I probably need to go check out the blog and see what he says. I'm sure that's already out there somewhere. All right, you guys. Let's see. Final thoughts. Anybody want to share their final thoughts? And then hopefully, like I said, hopefully tomorrow, don't hold me to it, but that's what my plan tomorrow is, to go live with the Long Island serial killer documents and just review kind of where we're at with that. Hopefully I have a couple people who want to join. If I can't do it tomorrow for some odd reason, because God only knows what happens, then I'll do my best to be back on the weekend to do something. Kel, you know what? I've wondered that myself. I think the defense will ask for a directed verdict when Lolly rests. Murder will be dropped, maybe the whole thing. I agree with you. I think they will ask for a directed verdict when Lolly rests, and possibly the murder will be dropped. I don't think they'll drop the other two charges. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Hunting Evil. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to go and eat my cold dinner that I need to go warm up. Find out this trial is game of can you spot the lie before the defense brings it out on cross? It is. It is. Hi, Kezchick. So, not a fan, I take it. Oh, LFT loves you. I think, hold on, wrong one. Yeah, less certain on the other, because that would be bad for the jury and the time, but murder is off the table. I think so, too. I think they'll get rid of the second degree. But you never know. If Bev really does have an agenda here, then we don't know. Okay, I'll check it out, Susan. Thank you. All right, you guys. As always, I'm getting a big yawn coming from the dog. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know that there's so many people who recap these. I mean, there's a lot of people that do it. So I know that you guys really do have so many other places you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here hanging out with me, going on 4 hours. Shit, I can't thank you guys enough. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. And otherwise, what does Bob say? I'm an old man talking about an old case. I'd be an old lady just sitting here by myself. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Kezchick, can't believe I missed the 3 months. 3-month member. Look at you. Can't believe you missed it. Yeah, 4 hours in. So we're wrapping it up. I will do my best to see you guys tomorrow. I got to make sure that the other people who are going to come on are available, and that I don't have anything that's going to come up that's going to compromise that. But go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. I will see you guys probably on the YouTube streets. And like I said, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you all.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. the unknown.